What is the true story of Buddha? Welcome to Collapse, where history comes alive and where each video immerses you in the fate of those who have shaped the world. Today, get ready to step through the veil of time and follow the footsteps of a man who became a legend, a prince who turned his back on wealth to seek the truth. In the depths of ancient India, between golden palaces and silent forests, the name of an enlightened one rises, Buddha. There, everything begins with a rupture. Siddhartha, born into luxury, discovers suffering, old age, death, and chooses exile. Naked under the stars, alone facing the absolute, he meditates, fasts, doubts, until enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. But this is just the beginning. For from his inner quest is born a path, that of detachment, compassion, peace. From the Ganges to the mountains of the Himalayas, his words travel, carried by disciples, emperors, centuries. Yet behind the image of the sage sitting in lotus, shadows remain, myth or reality. Who really was this man called the Buddha? But before embarking on a new adventure, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss a thing. Thank you and enjoy the journey. Around 600 BCE, the world is undergoing profound transformations that will permanently reshape the political, cultural, and social landscape of many regions. Modern historians often refer to this era as the Axial Age to highlight the simultaneous philosophical and spiritual innovations emerging around the globe within a context of geopolitical reconfiguration. The major powers of the time are numerous and sometimes in transition. In Iran, the Achaemenid dynasty is preparing to succeed the Medes and gradually gathers forces which, under Cyrus the Sin and his successors, will give birth to one of the largest empires of antiquity. Further west, the Mesopotamian kingdoms are in decline after centuries of domination. Assyria has already given way to the Neo-Babylonian Empire, which experiences its own peak with rulers such as Nebuchadnezzar II, while facing internal and external rivalries. On the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, the Greek city-states of the Archaic period, like Athens, Sparta, and Corinth, organized themselves into small independent political entities, each seeking to strengthen its cultural and military identity. Further east, the Zhou dynasty, officially ruling China, sees its authority fragmenting, while powerful local nobles dominate the reality of power. To the south of the Kingdom of Egypt, the Kingdom of Kush, located in Nubia, prospers thanks to the control of trade along the Nile and the maintenance of millennia-old royal traditions. Across the Atlantic Ocean in the Americas, the Olmec civilization continues its development along the Gulf of Mexico, erecting ceremonial centers and sculpting colossal heads, testifying to a singular artistic and religious refinement. This diversity of civilizations, sometimes geographically distant, paradoxically finds itself united by the intensification of commercial dynamics and cultural exchanges. The terrestrial routes, still rudimentary but burgeoning, allow the transport of precious or strategic materials such as lapis lazuli, a deep blue mineral extracted notably in the Badakhshan region in the north of present-day Afghanistan. Lapis lazuli, valued for its unique color, transits from Central Asia to the Near East and the Mediterranean, adorning jewelry and ritual objects. Tin, essential for bronze production, also supports trans-Asian networks that connect the minds of present-day Central Asia to the workshops of Mesopotamia or Anatolia. Similarly, a primitive silk originating from remote regions of China begins to circulate in a very limited manner, heralding the embryo of what will later become the famous Silk Road. At the same time, daring ships already navigate the early maritime routes of the Indian Ocean, linking the coasts of East Africa to the shores of the Arabian Peninsula and India. These expeditions by sea accelerate the circulation of spices, precious stones, and exotic animals, while fostering the transmission of ideas, techniques, and beliefs. In parallel, an unprecedented intellectual fervor is occurring across several regions of the world. In China, the emergence of Confucian and Taoist currents deeply influences Asian philosophy and politics. Confucius, born around 551 BCE, advocates an ideal based on morality, filial piety, and respect for hierarchy, while Lao Tse, credited with the Tao Te Ching, proposes an approach more in harmony with the natural flow of things. At the same time, in the Levant, new Hebrew prophets rise to advocate a monotheistic faith, demanding social justice and spiritual sincerity, which gradually transforms the religion of Israel and Judah into a more codified monotheism. In Ionia, on the coasts of Asia Minor, current Western Turkey, pre-Socratic thinkers like Thales of Miletus, active in the early 6th century BCE, initiate an unprecedented scientific and philosophical reflection, questioning the primary nature of elements and the very structure of the cosmos. Rather than attributing natural phenomena to divine interventions, these thinkers attempt to describe the universe by rational or material principles, water, air, fire, etc., laying the groundwork for future science. This spiritual and philosophical fervor reflects a global upheaval in the way societies perceive the world. Whether affiliated with city-states or not, these populations begin to question beliefs inherited from older traditions. The ruling elites, whether royal or aristocratic, start to understand the necessity of legitimizing their power through something other than a simple divine or military lineage. Scholars and sages appear in circles of power, offering their expertise in rituals, laws, or philosophical interpretation. Thus begins a nascent scholarly culture, distinct from the official religious world, yet intimately tied to political motivations. In this context, the concept of the axial age underlines that these transformations happen almost simultaneously, even if direct links between these centers remain sometimes limited or indirect. This movement of openness and exchange, whether material or intellectual, must not overshadow the significant technical advances of the time. The use of forged iron has already spread across vast territories, more durable and versatile than bronze. Iron transforms agricultural practices with more robust tools and military equipment, blades, arrowheads, and protective elements. The introduction of coined money, often attributed to Lydia, a region of Asia Minor during the 7th or 6th century BCE, marks a crucial turning point for trade. Instead of being limited to bartering or weighed metal ingots, communities can now resort to a standardized unit of value, which simplifies and intensifies trade over medium and long distances. The archaic Greek city-states will gradually adopt this innovation, stimulating the economy and developing trade relations. The same spirit of invention is found in the evolution of writing systems. In the Levant, the Phoenician alphabet, already in use for several centuries, serves as a model for various alphabets, including Greek, which will have an immense impact on literary and philosophical production. Alphabets or syllabic writings, more accessible than cuneiform or hieroglyphic systems, facilitate the dissemination of knowledge. Legislative, administrative, or religious texts can circulate with relative ease among the literate, contributing to the consolidation of cultural and political identities. In China, Chinese writing, based on sinograms, gradually transforms during the Zhou dynasty, but remains dominated by a class of specialized scribes. Nevertheless, there are already initial attempts at standardization, which facilitate communication across a vast and fragmented kingdom. In the field of time organization, more and more peoples are adopting lunisolar calendars, combining monthly lunar cycles with solar adjustments to align with the agricultural seasons. Thus, the ancient Babylonian calendar exerts a notable influence on neighboring cultures, including the Hebrews. In Greece, years are counted in relation to major pan-Hellenic competitions, such as the Olympic Games, organized at regular intervals, although each city-state may also have its own method of counting. In China's Zhou dynasty, imperial astronomy plays an essential role in setting the agricultural calendar and harmonizing society with celestial rhythms, considered a reflection of a cosmic order. Meanwhile, the archaic cities of Greece seek to emancipate themselves from previous political models, often embodied by legendary kings or tyrants, supported by a personal guard. In Sparta, an oligarchic system combining 2 kings and a council of elders gradually established itself, instituting inflexible military discipline and forging a solid warrior reputation. In Athens, popular pressure for isonomia, equality before the law, leads to reforms like those attributed to Solon at the beginning of the 6th century BC, which attempt to relieve the debt of small farmers and better distribute political responsibilities. Although often conflicting, these transformations hint at the beginnings of Athenian democracy. In Ionia, the emergence of merchant cities like Miletus or Ephesus, linked to maritime trade routes, also encourages intellectual production. The merchant elites support circles of thinkers interested in both cosmology and logic, giving rise to the Western philosophical tradition. In Mesopotamia, ancient Assyria collapsed under the combined blows of Babylon and the Medes, opening a brief period of Neo-Babylonian domination. The city of Babylon, strong with its cultural heritage, maintains the astronomical and mathematical tradition, thus sustaining complex knowledge in astronomy, geometry, or medicine. One also observes the persistence of religious practices associated with Marduk, the city's tutelary deity, and monumental architecture symbolized by great ziggurats. However, this Babylonian hegemony is not destined to last. Persian forces are organizing in the northeast, preparing for the arrival of a conqueror renowned for his religious and administrative tolerance. This promise of unification under the Persian banner, supported by a disciplined army and a rigorous administration, will soon overwhelm the old Mesopotamian power and then extend even further west and east. South of the Nile Valley, the Kingdom of Kush remains an indispensable regional player. Its rulers, some of whom even ruled Egypt as pharaohs during the 25th dynasty around 747 BC, maintain their own culture while adopting some Egyptian traits, such as the construction of royal pyramids in Meroe. This original synthesis attracts the attention of Greek and Phoenician merchants seeking gold, ivory, and other rare African resources. The caravan routes that crisscross the desert and follow the Nile thus create points of contact between the Mediterranean and sub-Saharan Africa. The Nubian populations also maintain age-old links with their southern neighbors, although historical sources on these exchanges remain limited for the specific period that interests us. Far across the Atlantic, Mesoamerica also experiences its own civilizational dynamics. The Olmec culture, often described as the mother culture of the region, has been active since around the 13th century BC and reached its peak around the 6th century BC. It is characterized by large ceremonial centers, such as La Venta or San Lorenzo, where mounds rise and stone altars stand. The gigantic carved heads, sometimes weighing several tons, possibly represent leaders or revered ancestors. In these societies with complex spirituality, political power is closely linked to rites, divination, and the worship of deities related to natural forces. The Olmecs developed early forms of writing, with some glyphs carved on monuments, and seem to have mastered a rudimentary calendar, suggesting an embryonic astral calculation. Although they had no direct contact with the Old World, they shared with their contemporaries on other continents the ability to build sophisticated cultural centers, exchange valuable goods over long distances, and innovate in artistic and religious fields. This rise of civilizations, each with its organization and beliefs, is nourished by a constant redefinition of power and authority. Leaders, whether kings, city chiefs, or aristocrats, increasingly understand the need to rely on scribes, scholars, or ritual specialists capable of manipulating signs and symbols. Religious sanctuaries then actively participate in the legitimization of power while ensuring the link between the earthly realm and the divine or ancestral world. The kings of Babylon, for example, emphasize their duty to maintain justice in accordance with the cosmic order, while the future Persian monarchs will present themselves as guarantors of a universal authority concerned with the well-being of conquered populations. The populations of the Greek city-states, on the other hand, demand a better distribution of public burdens and sometimes protest against arbitrariness or excessive taxation. The reforms of Solon or the legislation of Lycurgus in Sparta are attempts to respond to these demands and shape an original political balance, distinguishing archaic Greece from the Eastern model of great empires. In parallel with these political changes, the rise of original schools of thought reinforces the trend to explore the invisible, understand the origin of phenomena, and even question the meaning of life. In the Levant, Hebrew prophets are regularly called to condemn injustice and corruption, drawing people's attention to the necessity of sincere worship, far from mere empty rituals. The prophetic word circulates orally, but the writing down of these teachings intensifies, gradually forming the foundation of future scriptures. The texts of Chinese sages, meanwhile, spread in a literate environment, attentive to moral principles and the just conduct of the prince. The first principles of Confucianism advocate a return to a legendary era where virtue and harmony, a reflection of celestial order, reigned. In the Greek world, abstraction gains ground as thinkers like Anaximander or Heraclitus explore the notion of primordial substance and perpetual flow. Some postulate the existence of a single principle, the apeiron, unlimited and formless, while others emphasize opposites and their dynamic interaction, amplifying a rational approach that will later influence all Western philosophy. However, it would be erroneous to imagine a world totally pacified and solely driven by the desire for knowledge. Territorial rivalries remain intense. The Egyptians, despite their withdrawal under the 26th dynasty, also called the Sate dynasty, continue to maintain ambitions on the Asian frontier while closely monitoring Nubia. Anatolia regularly sees conflicts between local kingdoms, while the Neo-Babylonian Empire seeks to secure key positions in Syria and Phoenicia. The Greeks, still divided, alternate between temporary alliances and fratricidal wars, sometimes opposing neighboring powers like the Lydian power before Persia arrives. In East Asia, Zhou China has already entered the period known as the Spring and Autumn period, marked by incessant conflicts among regional lords. In these contexts, military innovation in iron weaponry, more elaborate fortifications, and the recruitment of professional soldiers improve, along with the art of diplomacy and negotiation. Exchange networks, while encouraging the circulation of ideas, can also carry tensions or rivalries. Caravans loaded with metals or precious materials are indeed prime targets for marauders, while cities that control passage points often demand taxes. Thus, the issue of controlling trade routes proves crucial for many leaders eager to strengthen their prosperity and influence. The Phoenicians, experts in navigation, navigate the Mediterranean from Tyre or Sidon to the far reaches of the Iberian Peninsula, transporting wood, glass, or metals. They establish trading posts and contribute to the cultural mixing around the Mediterranean basin, where Egyptians, Greeks, Assyrians, and other rival peoples meet. In fact, the intensification of trade currents contributes to the rise of this complex and morphogenic world, where the outlines of future empires and great civilizations are already taking shape. In the 6th century BCE, the Indian subcontinent was fragmented into multiple kingdoms and principalities, which later sources refer to as Janapadas. The term Janapada can be approximately translated as the country of the people, reflecting the idea of settled territories organized around a community identity, notably through language, culture, and royal lineages. For several centuries, these Janapadas have been developing along river valleys, particularly those of the Indus to the west and the Ganges to the east, benefiting from fertile agricultural lands and increasingly frequent trade exchanges. At the dawn of the 6th century BCE, however, a consolidation movement is observed. Several of these entities expand, subjugate their neighbors, or ally, giving rise to more powerful and better structured groupings known as Mahajanapadas. According to various traditional lists, there were 16 main ones at this time. This political concentration is accompanied by notable urban growth, particularly in the Middle Ganges Valley. Archaeological sites indicate the emergence of fortified cities equipped with walls, moats, and a relatively organized plan, a sign of an administration capable of coordinating the construction and management of large-scale projects. Historians often associate this phenomenon with the development of metallurgy and the widespread use of wrought iron, which makes it possible to cultivate previously untapped lands. The improvement of agricultural tools increases productivity and favors a surplus of foodstuffs, stimulating demographic growth and allowing a portion of the population to specialize in non-agricultural trades. Merchants become more influential as they weave interregional exchange networks, textiles, cereals, livestock, crafts, and raw materials circulate between different urban centers. This increase in commercial activities consolidates the power of certain rulers who are able to levy taxes and dues to finance their own political and religious projects. Throughout this mosaic of emerging powers, 16 major Mahajanapadas can be clearly distinguished. Among them is Magadha, whose capital is often mentioned as Rajagra, sometimes called Girivraja, located south of the Ganges. Kosala is also cited centered around its city Ayodhya and, in some sources, Shravast. Then there are entities like Vatsa, Mala, the Kuru, the Panchala, Avant, and many other kingdoms with strong regional identities. In several cases, these Mahajanapadas emerged from the fusion of small clans that had previously governed themselves more or less autonomously. Indeed, tribal assemblies and councils of elders have not completely disappeared. Some regions retain an oligarchic form of government, ensuring that influential families actively participate in power management. Nevertheless, the underlying trend is toward the formation of more centralized royal courts, each seeking to establish itself as a political or cultural reference in its area of influence. In the heart of this political ecosystem lies a complex social system, structured by a graduated hierarchy. Brahmanic tradition texts speak of Varna, literally color or category, to distinguish four great ideal groups: Brahmins, holders of sacred knowledge and masters of sacrifices; Kshatriya, namely the warrior nobility responsible for maintaining order and protecting society; Vaishya, including merchants, farmers, and herders; and finally Shudra, assigned to service work and reputed inferior in Vedic cosmology. But the reality on the ground is more nuanced as the notion of jati is added, a term that denotes birth in a subcaste or a hereditary professional group. Obligations, marital prohibitions, and rules of ritual purity vary from one jati to another and reinforce an often compartmentalized social system. Despite this, the framework remains flexible enough for economic and cultural contacts to occur between different strata of the population, even if the Brahmins and Kshatriya enjoy high symbolic prestige. In this context, the dominant religion derives from the Vedic tradition, transmitted orally since high antiquity by the Brahmins. Fire rituals, called yajna, hold crucial importance. They invoke deities such as Agni, the embodied sacrificial fire, or Indra, the warrior king of the heavens, to achieve prosperity, victory, and continuity of lineage. Some of these sacrifices require the collective participation of an entire court, or the staging of horses and extensive preparations. Others, more modest, are conducted locally and require only a few offerings of milk, ghee, clarified butter, or grains in the sacred flame. The officiating Brahmins ensure the correctness of the recited formulas as well as the regularity of liturgical gestures, as the slightest deviation is said to nullify the desired effects. This expertise gives the Brahmins an indispensable role in royal courts. They advise sovereigns, define etiquette rules, and guarantee the legitimacy of earthly power through the sacred link with the cosmos. However, around this time, a series of socio-religious questionings arise in several regions of northern India. New trends appear, grouped under the term Shramana movements. The word Shramana derives from the root shram, meaning to make an effort, often understood as an effort of asceticism or spiritual practice. These ascetics choose to leave the household life to lead a wandering existence, far from the social and ritual obligations prescribed by Vedic religion. They partly, or even entirely, reject the complex system of sacrifices, convinced that the path to liberation or truth does not necessarily lie in strict adherence to rites. The Shramana group around masters or develop their own independent approaches, and several lineages form. Among them are yogi ascetics, who train to master their body and mind through meditation and physical exercises, or the Ajivika schools, whose followers advocate a form of radical determinism where everything is governed by destiny. The Proto-Jains, who may be called Proto-Mahaviric Jains, claim a lineage of earlier teachers that Mahavira, a contemporary of the Buddha, will make famous. They emphasize ahimsa, non-violence, and the necessity of liberating oneself from the cycle of rebirth by adhering to a strict ethical discipline. For the international observer, this proliferation of doctrines may seem complex, but it testifies to the intense intellectual and spiritual ferment within Indian society at the time. On one side, the Brahmanic tradition remains powerful, supported by royal courts and the Kshatriya, who see in Vedic rites a means of asserting their power and securing divine support. On the other, the Shramana movements propose radical upheavals. They question the validity of blood sacrifices, contest social hierarchies, and explore the possibility of personal deliverance through meditation or asceticism. Major religious gatherings, organized on the occasion of festivals or trade fairs, become venues for public debates, each seeking to convince the audience of the superiority of their doctrine. The snippets of texts that have reached us reveal vibrant dialogues, during which Brahmins and ascetics clash over the nature of the soul, the importance of karma, and the relationship between the material world and transcendence. Within this vast geocultural entity, the Shakya clan occupies a rather modest, yet not insignificant position. Their main city, Kapilavastu, is located at the foot of the Himalayas, in a region now divided between Nepal and India. The Shakya define themselves as a Kshatriya group, proud of their warrior lineage and ancestral traditions. In practice, Kapilavastu functions somewhat like an oligarchy or an aristocratic republic, a far cry from the figure of the all-powerful king. Here, several noble families share authority, deliberate in council, and oversee the management of the territory. This form of government is not unique in the region, as other clans such as the Malla or the Virji or Vaji have also developed republican-like structures. Nevertheless, the majority of the Mahajanapadas opt for hereditary monarchy. deemed more suited for centralizing power and military control. Although relatively independent, the Shakya clan acknowledges the superior authority of the neighboring kingdom of Kosala, an influential Mahajanapada, whose king seeks to assert his dominance over several bordering territories. Being a vassal does not necessarily mean being reduced to powerlessness. The Shakya maintain significant internal autonomy, both in managing their customs and their lands, but they do pay tributes and agree to support their suzerain in case of conflict or matrimonial alliance. This relationship can be complex because ruling families often intermarry to seal treaties or prevent rivalries from spiraling into open war. The network of kinship, loyalties, and dependencies is thus very intricate, extending beyond strictly geographical borders to establish a web of diplomatic alliances supported by mutual obligations. On a daily basis, Kapilavastu presents itself as a medium-sized fortified city, surrounded by villages and cultivated fields. People primarily make their living from agriculture, livestock, and small-scale craftsmanship. The more affluent participate in distant trade exchanges, perhaps sending caravans of carts loaded with local products to the great fairs of the Ganges or Kosala. Social structures partly imitate the Brahmanical model, with a strong presence of Brahmins officiating for particular sacrifices, domestic rituals, graya, and ceremonies marking the different phases of life. The members of the nobility identify as kshatriya, thus ensuring a certain level of recognition while maintaining a discourse of prestige. However, the geographic proximity to regions where Shramana traditions flourish also opens Kapilavastu to new ideas. Sometimes itinerant ascetics stop by, benefiting from the generosity of the villagers and engaging in philosophical discussions with anyone who shows curiosity. This spiritual effervescence is part of a general trend that shakes the entire Middle Ganges Valley. As the 6th century BCE progresses, the coexistence between Vedic Brahmanical structures and Shramana movements intensifies. Kings, aware of the prestige of Vedic rituals, continue to call upon Brahmins to celebrate their military triumphs and reinforce their legitimacy. Simultaneously, some of them encourage, or at least tolerate, the presence of ascetics in their capitals. The new doctrines, emphasizing individual morality or the practice of compassion, start to attract merchants, aristocrats, and even princes. Private patrons offer food, clothing, sometimes even a plot of land to communities of renunciants, marking a certain intellectual rivalry with the Brahmins. Markets form around sacred sites or emerging monasteries, demonstrating that religious innovation can also stimulate the local economy. In a world where the distinction between secular and religious remains porous, everyone tries to find a balance between the existing orthodoxy, which promises stability, and the exploration of new paths, which arouses curiosity and the hope of spiritual progress. This tension is particularly evident among the Kshatriya. Later texts, written at a time when Buddhism and Jainism had already become institutionalized, explain that some princes were weary of Brahmanical tutelage and attracted by the possibility of attaining liberation or enlightenment themselves. They questioned the necessity of heavy sacrifices and pondered the deeper meaning of their own warrior status. If reincarnation results from individual karma, how can battles and the constant use of violence be justified? The Shramana ascetics, in response, emphasized the possibility of an inner path free from ceremonial constraints, offering a promise of salvation less dependent on material power. This dialectic fueled an unprecedented climate of debate and philosophical reflection, where meditation, fasting, non-violence, and direct self-knowledge became central issues. In these intellectual exchanges, Kapilavastu and the Shakya clan did not feature prominently in the military or political balances of northern India, but they embodied precisely the confluence of several trends. Rooted in a Vedic Kshatriya culture, they remained under the influence of a more powerful kingdom while maintaining within their oligarchy a tradition of collective debate and discussion. This situation made them particularly receptive to new doctrines, carried by hermits and meditation masters traversing the region. In the early 6th century BCE, chronicles and later texts already highlighted the Shakya clan's reputation as a proud and disciplined group, cultivating a certain detachment from the more notorious court intrigues in major urban centers like Rajagra or Kaushambirs. However, history would prove that the cultural and spiritual legacy of this small territory, despite its status as a vassal, would become of crucial importance a few decades later. Even to an audience distant in time and space, the birth of Siddhartha Gautama, around 563 BCE, appears as a foundational moment in the history of ideas and religions. His arrival in this world fits into the broader context of the Indian subcontinent, then fragmented into various kingdoms and clan republics, including that of the Shakya. King Shuddhadana, father of the future Buddha, ruled over this clan established at the foothills of the Himalayas, in a region that today corresponds to southern Nepal. In this geographic area, Brahmanical tradition coexisted with other spiritual currents, and society was organized according to a marked hierarchy belonging to the Varna Jati system. However, the royal family was not distinguished solely by its rank. It was invested with a sacred role, supposed to maintain cosmic order and collective prosperity. At that time, the position of the Shakya clan remained relatively modest in comparison to neighboring great powers, such as the kingdom of Kosala, but they remained proud of their origins and specific rights. It is within this framework that the fate of the young prince would unfold. According to traditional accounts, his mother, Queen Maya, had an unusual dream shortly before giving birth. One night, as she rested, she saw a white elephant of radiant purity, holding in its trunk a lotus, or, according to other versions, a sparkling jewel. The miraculous animal, adorned with celestial qualities, was said to have entered her side or at the level of her breast, symbolizing an extraordinary conception. In ancient Indian culture, the elephant occupies a place of choice. It is associated with kings, power, and fertility. A white elephant further referred to an auspicious omen, a testimony of nobility and spiritual excellence. Moved, the Brahmins and court advisors interpreted this dream as a divine sign. The child born to the queen would have a great destiny, surpassing the usual limits of a mere royal heir. Later texts embellish this dream with sublime details, emphasizing the particular aura of Maya, renowned for her virtue and purity. Everything in this event, from the appearance of the elephant to the nocturnal atmosphere, heralded the exceptional nature of the future child. When the time came for her to give birth, custom dictated that the queen return to her family of origin to deliver the child. This journey, considered a rite of tradition in many Indian kingdoms and clans, generally ensured maternal assistance and a protective environment. On the way, Maya stopped to rest in the grove at Lumbini, a peaceful place endowed with lush vegetation and shaded groves. Chronicles describe this grove as a true paradise garden, dedicated to the beauty of nature, where birds and wild animals sang in perfect harmony. According to popular accounts, it was there that the queen felt the first pains of childbirth. In some versions, it is said that she stood, leaning against the branch of a salaki tree, often identified as the sal tree, while others claim the birth was almost instantaneous and without notable suffering. Later, Buddhist accounts would emphasize the luminous clarity that enveloped Maya and those present, making the moment almost sacred. Unlike more modest births, the arrival of the prince was accompanied, according to legend, by wonderful phenomena. The skies were said to be filled with celestial music, and a shower of flowers covered the ground, marking the purity of the event. The newborn was given the name Siddhartha by his parents, which literally means he who achieves all his goals. In ancient Indian culture, a name was never a mere ornament. It reflected an ideal or wish for the future life. The word could be analyzed in two parts: Siddha, which can be translated as accomplished or perfect, and Artha, which evokes meaning, purpose, or sought object. Thus, the choice of this name already conveyed the hope of an extraordinary destiny for this royal son, destined to achieve higher goals, whether material or spiritual. Furthermore, the clan into which he was born referred to the ancestor Gautama, whose name became by extension that of the princely family. Despite the relative modesty of their territory, the Shakya had a strong identity and distinguished themselves by an oligarchic tradition, partially sharing power among influential family leaders. Siddhartha was therefore also called Gautama, a title that would durably link him to his ancestry and the prestige of this venerable lineage. Buddhist tradition would later refer to him as Shakyamuni, which means the sage of the Shakya. This appellation, used extensively in later texts, emphasizes the spiritual role of the character. He is not simply a prince or teacher, but truly the Muni, a silent and detached sage from the Shakya clan. At the time when Siddhartha lived, many ascetics and thinkers were emerging in northern India, exploring new concepts of existence, morality, and the nature of the world. The Shakya, through their discussion circles, an independent spirit vis-a-vis the great kingdoms, participated in these re-evaluations, even though royal power retained important Vedic rituals to assert its legitimacy and obtain the god's favor. The nickname Shakyamuni, however, would not appear until later, reinforcing the image of an enlightened master from a relatively open aristocracy compared to strictly centralized hereditary monarchies. Legend has it that after the birth of Siddhartha, a renowned hermit, the sage Asita, came to visit the newborn to interpret the extraordinary signs he bore. Asita, sometimes depicted as an itinerant ascetic or a respected court seer, is said to have observed particular physical characteristics on the child, which would later be called the 32 major marks announcing an exceptional being. The stories portray him bent over the crib, in deep contemplation, examining as much with his meditative clairvoyance as with his outward glance. Although described as old and nearing the end of his own life, Asita allegedly perceived an extraordinary spiritual potential in the child. Long recognized for his divinatory faculties, he spoke to the royal family with gravity and certainty. His message, as remembered by the collective memory, was clear. The prince was destined to become either a great king, exercising universal sovereignty like a Chakravartin, or the spiritual guide of countless beings, a Buddha. In the mindset of the time, the Chakravartin was the quintessential model of the just and universal conqueror, shaping the political and moral order of the entire earth. The possibility that he might also achieve the state of a Buddha, in other words, the awakened one, transcended traditional royal aspirations. There was nothing higher than total awakening to reality and the liberating transmission of this awakening to others. According to these same accounts, theoretically recorded in the early Buddhist sources, Asita's words provoked an internal debate within King Shuddhodana. A loving father, he could only rejoice at the prospect of seeing his son dominate the world as a universal monarch, bringing glory and prosperity to the clan. But the second outcome, that of an awakened one, detached from worldly affairs, also worried and intrigued the court. The king and his entourage could not imagine a future where Siddhartha would renounce privileges and dynastic continuity. Becoming a Buddha indeed meant leaning towards a monastic life, or at least a deeply spiritual inner commitment, breaking away from material enjoyment and the expected warrior vocation of a prince. Such an existence eluded the ordinary criteria of royal success. The court saw in it a potential weakening of power, as a renouncing heir would abandon the path of governance for that of asceticism or teaching. The dilemma was strong, aligning the pride of the Shakya, who valued their sovereign's prestige, with the emerging awareness that perhaps a higher destiny awaited this child. At this stage, no one could predict with certainty which path Siddhartha would take. The figure of Asita also conveys the idea that, in 6th century BCE India, the word of a hermit or itinerant sage could enjoy great credibility. The kings, even the most powerful, remained attentive to oracles and spiritual visions, which they regarded as manifestations of cosmic truth. Signs and omens, particularly related to birth, held a major place in the culture of that era. People sought in every extraordinary event the harbinger of future upheavals. Asita's visit falls within this divinatory tradition, and his story illustrates the religious atmosphere change that was then sweeping through the Ganges basin. New types of teachers were emerging. Their words, based on meditation and the inner quest, sometimes called into question the effectiveness of the soul's sacrificial rites practiced by the Brahmins. Asita, by his presence, already embodied an intellectual movement that was moving away from ritualism to explore meditation, the spirit, and the deeper meaning of life. During the first days following this birth, it is said that great celebrations were held within the oligarchic city-state. The Shakyas, proud of their lineage, celebrated the event to the rhythm of conches, drums, and traditional music, while performing the auspicious rites necessary to ensure the child's good health. The Brahmins of the kingdom, in respect of Vedic traditions, pronounced blessings and presented sacred offerings to the fire. Other officiants, stemming from more ascetic spiritual currents, marveled at the singular nature of this newborn. In some accounts, it is noted that the sunlight shone with unusual intensity, without, however, inconveniencing those present, as if nature itself joined in the general joy. King Shuddhodana is said to have distributed gifts and provisions to the inhabitants, recognizing the extent of the hope placed in his son. In such circumstances, it was not uncommon for the upper classes and the court to attempt to share the benefit of these happy omens with the general population, thereby reinforcing the legitimacy and popularity of the ruling dynasty. Through the name Gautama, the genealogies of the time also connected the child to a prestigious lineage tree, supposedly descending from a Kshatriya line, that of warriors and kings, maintaining a historical memory of the ancient sage Gautama, or Gautama, sometimes identified with a Vedic rishi. Proper names often had a mythical or heroic resonance, linking the individual to semi-divine ancestors. From this perspective, the future Buddha bore the inheritance of a long chivalric and spiritual tradition from the outset. The Brahmins would have checked his natal astrology, seeking to see if the position of the planets confirmed Asita's predictions. The favorable alignment of the stars was interpreted as an additional sign that this young prince would fulfill an extraordinary destiny. Court clerks would have compiled various omens, such as the behavior of surrounding animals or the appearance of clouds, to validate the exceptional nature of the newborn. The documents or legends related to these observations have not reached us in their entirety. Nevertheless, Later traditions would retain the memory of a collective wonder surrounding this first act of Siddhartha's life. Queen Maya, after childbirth, according to legend, remained alive for a short time. Some texts estimate she died 7 days later, others mention a longer period, but most agree she quickly departed from this world. Though this part of the story slightly exceeds the inaugural moment of the birth, it often explains the subsequent upbringing of Siddhartha, entrusted to Mahaprajapat, Maya's sister. Buddhist accounts would emphasize the image of a perfect mother, invested with a quasi-cosmic role as a sacred matrix, whose destiny was fulfilled with the birth of the chosen one. The atmosphere of the time, also marked by high maternal mortality rates, reinforced the sentiment that life, given its uncertainties, could be transcended by a higher plan. The young prince grew up in a family world woven with myths and wonders, where destiny seemed closely linked to religious experience. The dilemma of King Shuddhodana, underpinned by Asita's prophecy, took shape at the heart of this household. Many texts suggest that, desirous of seeing Siddhartha embrace his role as a future temporal lord, he would have sought to shield his son from any prospect of suffering or metaphysical questioning. His primary intention would have been to offer him a luxurious environment, completely devoid of examples of human pain, so that he wouldn't think of renunciation and would ultimately embrace the glory of a Chakravartin. This tension between the spiritual aspiration foretold by Asita and the political hopes of the Shakya clan already crystallizes in the newborn's earliest hours. However, for the moment, the child was just an infant, and joy reigned in the city. All were then ignorant of the depth of future upheavals he would provoke, both religiously and socially. In certain narratives, the mention of the Chakravartin hints at how contemporaries conceived the highest achievement for a sovereign. The term Chakravartin literally means one who makes the wheel turn, with the wheel alluding to universal order, justice, and authority over the four directions. Being a Chakravartin meant achieving the perfection of the ideal king, both a martial hero and protector of the Dharma, in the sense of moral law and cosmic order. According to Asita, Siddhartha precisely exhibited the signs of such a conqueror. However, the second option, that of becoming a Buddha, embodied an even rarer and more coveted fulfillment, a supreme spiritual guide capable of teaching the path to liberation to all suffering beings. The two paths were not on equal footing in the long term. In Buddhist imagery, attaining enlightenment is the absolute pinnacle of human achievement. Yet one can easily understand how the more tangible prospect of seeing the prince inherit the throne and strengthen the clan's power could seem more concrete for a vigilant family patriarch and sovereign of that period. The initial honors bestowed upon the young Siddhartha in the Lumbini Grove and the subsequent celebrations in the Shakya capital signify the almost sacred importance conferred upon this newborn. The reciters, poets, and keepers of oral tradition would have quickly spread the story of the white elephant's dream and the blessed birth in the grove's cool freshness. Over time, countless versions of these events circulated, each embellishing a specific aspect of the miraculous birth. From generation to generation, the symbolic meaning of the dream was reinforced. The white elephant became the expression of transcendent purity, royal power, yet also the spiritual gentleness that would characterize the enlightened one's teachings. Lumbini, from a mere park adorned with trees, transformed into a sanctuary honored by Buddhist devotees. The narratives often emphasize the clarity of the waters that sprang around the birthplace, the way trees magnificently bloomed out of season, and an atmosphere of peace, felt by all present witnesses. Through this story, the portrait of an extraordinary being destined for great achievements already begins to emerge. One notices the repeated emphasis on the purity of Queen Maya, the sacred nature of the elephant, and the auspicious conjunction of celestial signs. These various elements shape the image of a Siddhartha destined to transcend norms. The names attributed to him, Siddhartha, Gautama, Shakyamuni, encompass not only his noble identity, but also the spiritual potential perceived in him. The Shakyas, proud of their relative autonomy, could thus boast of harboring within their midst either a great conqueror or a spiritual teaching destined to shine far beyond their borders. The omens and portents, whether verified or not, fully participate in the legendary narrative, claiming that from this precise moment, the history of thought and spirituality took a momentous turn. At the end of these early days, the child was thus surrounded by an aura of majesty and mystery. Passing visitors, clan members, and consulted Brahmins all agreed on one point. The only son of King Shuddhodana was not a royal like any other. The enigma of the prophecy, however, remained intact. Which path would he embrace when he was old enough to choose? Would he become the conquering sovereign of a great empire, unifying all northern lands of India? Or would he embrace the monastic ideal and enlightenment as a Buddha? Later narratives will describe how this choice gradually manifested itself throughout the prince's youth. For now, he was still an infant, revered, protected, and showered with care. The questions about his destiny were just beginning, supported by the ever-vivid memory of Queen Maya's dream, Asita's announcement, and those miraculous circumstances surrounding his arrival into the world. Siddhartha Gautama grew up within a court attentive to his every desire, in the kingdom of Kapilavastu, under the authority of his father, King Shuddhodana, leader of the Shakya clan. Very early on, the young prince received special care, as the sovereign wanted to protect him from any contact with the surrounding suffering and misery. To ensure a happy environment for the future heir, 3 distinct palaces were built to meet the needs of each season. One for the heat of summer, another for the coolness of winter, and a third for the monsoon, a period of heavy rains in northern India. Each of these palaces contained riches, gardens, and pools, offering a rare luxury at that time. The rooms were decorated with lavish frescoes, and every effort was made to shield the prince from any hardship. Access restricted. The separation of young Siddhartha from the outside world was intended not only to protect him from climatic rigors, but also to isolate him from social realities such as poverty, old age, or illness. The king, convinced by the prophecy predicting an extraordinary destiny for his son, was determined that nothing should disturb the balance of his princely education. Carefully selected servants ensured that every desire of the prince was satisfied, while the palace corridors were filled with musicians, dancers, and artisans. Siddhartha thus grew up in a unique environment, where harmony reigned and any act of violence was banished. Banquets, celebrating each academic achievement or religious festivity, were held in large halls adorned with sumptuous tapestries, reflecting the apparent prosperity of a kingdom determined to shield its heir from any disturbing sights. No beggar was allowed to approach Kapilavastu. Beyond this serene atmosphere, the prince's education was of paramount importance to Shuddhodana. According to royal tradition, Siddhartha was entrusted to several tutors specialized in disciplines considered fundamental: writing, arithmetic, poetry, and oratory art. The instruction also included the knowledge of Vedic texts, meant to guide spiritual life and ensure social order. From adolescence, he thus acquired a solid intellectual foundation while developing an uncommon sharpness of mind. Music masters, responsible for refining his taste for string instruments, ensured that he became a virtuoso, able to perform at official ceremonies. Similarly, martial trainers ensured that the young heir became adept in archery, swordsmanship, and wrestling. Overall, every hour of the day was meticulously planned to make Siddhartha an irreproachable noble. His curiosity led him to practice relentlessly, exceeding everyone's expectations. Military training and archery were of prime importance in the princely instruction, as the defense of the kingdom and the protection of subjects fell to the Shakya rulers. Each morning, Siddhartha practiced under the supervision of experienced guards, who taught him to draw the bow with precision and shoot arrows at moving targets. According to tradition, his skill in this art quickly surpassed that of his cousins, including Devadatta, known for his competitive spirit. During a grand contest, held within the royal enclosure, Siddhartha distinguished himself by hitting a distant target of surprising difficulty to the spectators. This public victory increased his esteem in the eyes of the Shakya family and demonstrated his exceptional talent. The applause echoed in the courtyard, officially consecrating the young prince as one of the finest archers of his time. Even the old master-at-arms bowed before such virtuosity. In the continuation of his martial training, Siddhartha is also introduced to defensive strategies and military governance concepts. He learns to assess the value of each soldier, to organize collective maneuvers, and to understand the importance of discipline in an army. The masters of tactics emphasize the necessity of maintaining honor, loyalty, and clemency, recalling the ideal of the benevolent warrior king as presented in certain Vedic traditions. At that time, the ability to lead troops while preserving peace was a major issue for royal heirs. Thanks to these teachings, Siddhartha develops a keen sense of responsibility and an unwavering determination to protect his people. The spirit of competition, prevalent among the young nobles, urges him to constantly surpass himself, fostering a stimulating environment to perfect his leadership skills. In parallel, diplomacy and negotiation are also studied. Beyond martial arts, Siddhartha's intellectual development includes a generalist education touching on mathematics, astronomy, and rhetoric. The learned Brahmins of the court introduced the young prince to the subtleties of Vedic calculation, emphasizing basic arithmetic, geometry applied to architectural works, and the observation of stars to determine favorable periods for rites. This training is accompanied by readings of epic poems and mythological stories intended to nourish his imagination and strengthen his ability to communicate clearly with his future advisors. Regularly, the prince is invited to speak before an assembly of dignitaries who evaluate the quality of his argumentation and his ease in convincing others. Thus, his learning is not limited to physical strength or military science. He grows with the ambition to become a wise leader, capable of reforming a kingdom, regardless of political traditions. This remarkable progression culminates when Siddhartha reaches the appropriate age to consider marriage, a strong symbolic gesture in the dynastic continuity of a kingdom. According to chronicles, he demonstrates a deep attachment to Yashodhara, a princess renowned for her grace and virtue. Their engagement, celebrated with great pomp, reinforces political alliances between the Shakya clan and influential neighboring families. The festivities preceding the nuptial ceremony last several days, marked by offerings, dance performances, and poetic jousting. Finally, on the solemn day, Siddhartha and Yashodhara unite before a gathering of dignitaries, sealing their mutual commitment. Immediately after the rites, the young couple settles into the princely apartments, where the birth of an heir is anticipated to perpetuate the royal lineage. The entire court sees this union as a decisive step towards stabilizing power. Few imagine the future spiritual destiny. Shortly after these celebrations, the news of Yashodhara's pregnancy sparks great excitement at the court. Astrologers are consulted to determine the auspices related to the birth of this child, who is hoped to become a loyal support for the dynasty. When Rahula is finally born, joy overcomes the kingdom. Servants, dressed in their finest clothes, offer gifts to the royal family, while Brahmins pronounce blessings for long life and good health. The very name Rahula, meaning tie or bond, illustrates the belief that fatherhood would bind Siddhartha to his responsibilities. In Shuddhodana's eyes, this son represents the assurance that the lineage will continue and that family traditions will remain intact. Kapilavastu then celebrates this happy arrival as a sign of lasting dynastic continuity. Ritual fires are lit in honor of the event. Despite the ambient cheer, faint signs of curiosity already emanate from Siddhartha's gaze. The rites surrounding the birth of Rahula, sometimes involving animal offerings, disturb his inner calm. Although he grew up in an opulence filtered of all suffering, he sometimes hears echoes of a less happy world. At court, animals are regularly sacrificed to honor certain gods and consolidate the king's position, which raises initial questions in the young prince's mind. Why shed blood if one advocates the protection of subjects? Questioning the necessity of these ceremonies could be seen as blasphemy, so dominant is Vedic tradition in the mindset. Yet, these doubts inhabit him, forming the beginnings of a moral conscience unprecedented among the royal elite of that era. In his richly decorated room, Siddhartha meditates on the utility and validity of such rituals, seeking a deeper meaning. His nights become restless. At the heart of the 6th century BC, Siddhartha Gautama, a young prince of the city-state of Kapilavastu, led a protected existence within a sumptuous palace. His father, King Shuddhodana, took great care to raise him in an environment where only comfort, beauty, and sensual pleasure reigned. Traditional texts report that there was a differently decorated palace for each season, all magnificently adorned and equipped with lush gardens. The temperature was always regulated, the food abundant, and the entertainment constant. According to accounts, all painful or distressing dimensions of life were carefully hidden. Servants were instructed never to let anyone sick or frail enter the enclosure, so that Siddhartha would not experience aging or suffering. It is even said that the prince was often accompanied by musicians and dancers, so his mind remained focused on pleasure and lightheartedness. His family indeed hoped he would become a great king, a Chakravartin, that is, a universal sovereign, rather than a renunciant devoted to spiritual quest. However, despite all these efforts, something in Siddhartha's sensitivity led him to question the ephemeral nature of this happiness. He perceived indistinctly the possibility that a larger world stretched beyond the walls. His curious soul stirred. In fact, it was because he was so protected that any breach in this idealized bubble was going to cause a considerable shock. Buddhist tradition considers that the decisive moment of his first awakening emerged during a walk outside the palace, in the vicinity of Kapilavastu. At that time, it was customary for royal members to travel in ornate chariots, on a road cleared of all dust and lined with servants ensuring that no disturbing spectacle appeared. Yet during this first outing, Siddhartha suddenly saw an old man. According to sources, this man had a bent back, withered skin, and relied heavily on a stick. The facial features revealed the weight of the years, and his trembling voice attested to a fragility the prince had ignored until then. Stunned, Siddhartha asked the charioteer Channa to understand who this physically weakened individual was. The charioteer explained that it was simply an old person, and that such a fate would befall everyone with time. Unable to imagine that old age could be an inevitable state, Siddhartha felt profound confusion. He then learned that bodies, even the most vigorous, would eventually decline. This certainty shook his confidence in fleeting pleasures. He then returned to the palace, his head filled with questions about what actually happens to human beings as they age. Shortly after, he embarked on a second outing, driven by an irrepressible desire to clarify his doubts. On the path that ran along the outskirts of the city, his gaze was drawn to a man lying on the ground, his face marked by fever and his body weakened. The groans of pain aroused Siddhartha's compassion and curiosity. Astounded to see that a being could be so vulnerable, he questioned Channa once more. The charioteer explained that this was a person afflicted with a serious illness, a symptom that could neither be escaped nor ignored. Siddhartha had never seen such suffering and was shaken to learn that no one was immune to illness. Princes, commoners, Brahmins, servants, all could one day succumb to such a malady. In Siddhartha's mind, this revelation added to the vision of aging. He began to perceive an inescapable chain of physical transformations and deteriorations, which awakened in him a deeper sensitivity to the pain that hides behind splendor and pride. The third outing completed the fracture of his princely shield. As he moved outside the walls, he saw a funeral procession. Ritual chants resonated in the distance, mixed with the cries of the deceased's family. Bearers advanced slowly, carrying an inert body wrapped in a shroud. Never before had Siddhartha contemplated death so directly. He was then overwhelmed by a powerful feeling of impermanence, known in Pali or Sanskrit as anicca. Realizing that at the end of every existence lies the inevitable end, he asked Channa whether this fatality would also strike those he loved, including himself. The charioteer had no choice but to confirm the sad fact that death is the common conclusion to all births, without exception. The prince, who had grown up with the idea that life was a continuous flow of joy, found himself confronted with a painful truth. Existence harbored not only aging and illness, but also the most complete disappearance. He felt a profound disquiet rising within him, along with a keen interest in the origin of this condition. Why did beings suffer? What was the meaning of this spiral where everything seemed destined to end? It was during the fourth outing that the hope of a possible path amid these dark realizations emerged. On the same path, as the prince once again sought to explore the world as it truly was, he saw a different man. This man was a renunciant, also known as a shramana in the terminology of the time. Unlike the previous individuals he had encountered, this itinerant monk wore a peaceful expression, free from any apparent distress. He bore no burden, nor did he have a gaze broken by suffering. Though simply dressed, he exuded a kind of deep calm. Intrigued by this being with a serene demeanor, Siddhartha asked Channa what this man might be doing. The charioteer explained that some hermits chose to withdraw from ordinary pursuits to devote themselves to meditation, austerities, and the quest for a higher truth. They detached themselves from material goods and familial ties to engage in spiritual seeking, hoping to escape the cycle of rebirths, or, at the very least, to alleviate suffering. This scene deeply impressed Siddhartha. On one side, old age, illness, and death, acute representations of suffering, or dukkha in Sanskrit. On the other, the prospect of an individual in search of inner peace, possibly expressing a form of liberation. It was at this moment that the question of the meaning of existence truly struck his mind, leading him to conceive that a solution to the painful condition of beings might exist. Profoundly troubled by these experiences, Siddhartha nevertheless returned to the palace. However, nothing could calm the storm of reflections that raged in the depths of his heart. The festivities, the music, and the presence of his family no longer sufficed to dispel these lingering questions. He constantly replayed in his mind the image of the man weakened by old age, the one bitten by disease, the lifeless body carried in a procession, and the strangely serene renunciant. The perspective of these four apparitions formed a logical sequence, a chain revealing the very essence of life and death. It is said that, come nightfall, the prince would isolate himself to meditate on these encounters. He sought to understand the root of suffering, and was in search of an answer that was not simply based on the Vedic rites or the cruel sacrifices sometimes celebrated at the royal court. It was during this period of intense reflection that he first formulated the idea of permanently leaving his life of luxury. The texts call this grand departure the Mahabhiniskramana, a Sanskrit term meaning the great renunciation or the great departure. Tradition tells that Siddhartha made this decision on a night when everything seemed calm at the palace. While sleeping musicians let a slight melody linger, he silently joined his faithful horse, Kantaka. According to legends, Kantaka made almost no noise as he crossed the palace gates, as if the animal itself understood the importance of the moment. Channa, his charioteer and trusted companion, assisted him in this nocturnal escape. It is said that protective deities worked to lull the guards to sleep, allowing Siddhartha to slip away without being intercepted. He left behind his wife, Princess Yashodhara, and his son Rahula, as well as all the comforts of a princely life. Fear and excitement mingled in his heart, but the will to uncover the mystery of suffering proved stronger than his attachment to his rank. After traveling a certain distance, Siddhartha stopped in an isolated place to perform a highly symbolic gesture, cutting his own hair. Accounts describe how, with a stroke of a saber, he severed his locks, a distinctive mark of nobility, and disposed of them by offering them to the river or, in some versions, by presenting them to a celestial deity who carried them away. This powerful ritual signified his renunciation of princely status, the abandonment of splendor, and all that tied his identity to the court. He now stood on equal footing with the Shramana, the wandering ascetics he sought to understand and join in their practice. This act, indicating the irreversible crossing of a boundary, solidified his determination to find the path to the cessation of suffering on his own. According to a famous story, Siddhartha then encountered a hunter wearing simple clothes, more suitable for a life of wandering and meditation. The prince proposed an exchange, his princely garments, sumptuous and delicate, for the modest attire of the man. The hunter, intrigued, eventually accepted, and Siddhartha immediately donned these humble clothes. This change in appearance sealed his new identity as a present renunciant, no more jewelry or rich fabrics, but an austere garment, in harmony with a life of asceticism. He was no longer recognized as the heir of the Shakya clan, but as a man walking toward truth. In some versions of the story, the hunter is blessed or transformed by the exchange, perceiving that Siddhartha's destiny was not ordinary. In any case, This gesture contributed to the necessary ritual of stripping away material and familial ties to embark on a demanding spiritual path. This episode of Nocturnal Escape later inspired numerous comments and representations in Buddhist art, depicting Kantaka, the horse crossing the walls while celestial beings supported its hooves so as not to awaken the guards. Artists and scribes emphasized the determination of the future Buddha, ready to break all ties to answer the inner call. Some texts indicate that after this decisive moment, Siddhartha asked his servant Chana and Kantaka to return to the palace, thus freeing his last link with the former court. Other traditions mention variations, but all agree on the profound meaning of this night. It was the initial step toward discovering the path, leading to liberation from the cycle of rebirths, this cycle of births and deaths named samsara. From then on, Siddhartha Gautama embarked on a path fraught with trials. The initial stages included seeking renowned teachers, practicing asceticism and meditation, as well as constant reflection on the questions that the four encounters had sparked within him. Old age, illness, death, and the vision of a man in search of spiritual peace had implanted doubt in his mind, but had also sown the desire to discover if suffering, dukkha, could be overcome. The realization of impermanence, anicca, highlighted the urgency of finding a response to the human condition, while the serenity of the renunciant encountered on the road inspired him with a direction. Princely life was now nothing but a distant memory, and the horizon opened up to him, promising both the difficulties of rigorous asceticism and the possibility of awakening to a deeper reality. Siddhartha Gautama, then about 29 years old, had just left his family palace in the kingdom of Kosala, in the north of the Indian subcontinent. This sudden break from princely life is sometimes called the Mahabhiniskramana, the Great Departure, marking the beginning of a long period of spiritual quest. At that point in history, the Middle Ganges was undergoing urbanization, and multiple itinerant teachers, called Shramana, offered various paths to achieve inner liberation or ultimate wisdom. Having renounced his privileges, Siddhartha, clad in a simple cloth robe, traveled the roads in search of answers to suffering, birth, death, and the deep mechanisms that govern existence. His aim was not to return to the old Vedic society, nor to reproduce the ritual sacrifices practiced by the Brahmins, but to discover a concrete path to escape the cycle of rebirth and end suffering. He had already glimpsed the impermanence of the world by observing old age, illness, and death during his famed excursions beyond the royal walls. Now, he embarked on the road that would lead him from master to master, from forest ashrams to other learning centers scattered across the vast Gangetic plain. It is said that he journeyed for days, living on alms and water, in search of the ideal teacher who could reveal a method to transcend all forms of existential dissatisfaction. The initial steps of his quest led him to a man renowned for his exceptional meditative abilities, Alara Kalama. At that time, Alara Kalama was famous in the region for mastering elevated states of consciousness. It was said that he guided those who followed him towards the contemplation of the sphere of nothingness, a level of meditation reputed to bring one close to the threshold of liberation. When Siddhartha arrived before this teacher, he presented himself as a seeker of truth, eager to learn and practice relentlessly before forming his own conclusions. On site, several disciples lived in a modest hermitage built on the forest's edge. They meditated for hours on end while sitting, often directly on the ground, nourished themselves frugally on roots and fruits, and discoursed on the nature of reality before becoming absorbed, silent, in their inner concentration. From the very first days, Siddhartha demonstrated a great diligence. He rigorously engaged in the technique taught by Alara Kalama, which sought to dissolve the mind in a formless and objectless state, commonly referred to as akinkanyayatana, or the sphere of nothingness. In this type of meditation, the practitioner trains to withdraw attention from all mental content, to avoid the emergence of sensory images or discursive thoughts, and to reach a deeper inner void than in previous stages of mindfulness. It was reported that this practice, largely unknown to most traditional Brahmins, was favored by some ascetics due to its radical nature. It promised an almost total suspension of habitual perceptions. Witnessing Siddhartha's rapid progress, Alara Kalama immediately identified him as an extraordinary student. In just a few weeks, the young renunciant managed to equal the master himself in achieving this subtle state. Yet, despite the initial satisfaction of obtaining such rapid results, Siddhartha began to doubt the ultimate relevance of this meditation. The moments of extreme contemplation provided him with a deep cessation of desires and a temporary peace. But he noticed, upon emerging from this state, that the fundamental question of suffering was not resolved. While he was immersed in the sphere of nothingness, he shone neither with joy nor with sadness. But as soon as his ordinary consciousness regained control, the conditions of existence reappeared as he had left them. He wanted to exchange views on this reflection with Alara Kalama, but the latter considered that there was nothing beyond this meditative level and that this absorption constituted ultimate liberation. When Siddhartha saw that they diverged on the true meaning of deliverance, he resolved to leave the hermitage. Alara Kalama, deeming him worthy of succeeding him, offered him the leadership of the group. However, Siddhartha politely declined the offer, feeling that he needed to pursue his inquiries elsewhere. He took to the road again, always on foot. Around the 30th year of his life, he reached another renowned teacher, Uddaka Ramaputta. This one taught an even more abstract form of meditation, known as neither perception nor non-perception, a mental experience reputed to be very delicate to acquire. In this state, one cannot say that perception exists, as it is neutralized, but neither can one assert that it does not exist at all, as vigilance remains in a residual form. The spiritual father of this school, called Rama, had transmitted this occult knowledge to Uddaka, who ensured the continuity of the lineage. This teaching fascinated some scholars, as it pushed the boundaries of consciousness even further. Siddhartha, with his usual determination, quickly mastered this almost indescribable absorption. Uddaka Ramaputta, just like Alara Kalama before him, was astonished and soon placed his disciple at the same level of realization. However, Siddhartha soon experienced the same feeling of dissatisfaction that he had known before. As elevated and subtle as this plane of consciousness was, he found that it was just another conditioned state. As long as he left this mode of absorption, suffering could reappear, if only in the form of a thought, a sensation, or a latent emotion. He did not perceive this type of meditation as a definitive antidote to suffering or as a lasting answer to existential questions. He then dialogues with Uddaka Ramaputta and realizes that they do not share the same vision on the need to deepen knowledge of causality and the functioning of the mind beyond these contemplative fields. Eventually, he leaves the teacher, convinced that he must continue elsewhere without settling in the emerging community. At this crucial stage of his journey, Siddhartha believes it necessary to push asceticism to its pinnacle, thinking that the elimination of desires might come through extreme bodily discipline. Like many ascetics of his time, he he identifies the body as a source of illusions and attachments. His path leads him to the locality of Uruvela, on the banks of the Naranjara River. The site is described in the texts as a verdant place, bordered by sails and fig trees, conducive to meditation. There, he joins a group of determined ascetics in quest of absolute purification through voluntary bodily suffering. Some practiced prolonged fasting, abstaining almost entirely from food, except for a meager bowl of water now and then. Others held their breath for long periods, to the point of near suffocation. There were also those who remained still for hours on end, under the burning sun or in the riverbed, exposed to the cold and humidity. For 6 years, Siddhartha did not relent in his effort. He subjected himself to strict regimens of deprivation. Oral tradition describes how he reduced his meals to a handful of sesame seeds or a single fruit per day. His clothes, already rudimentary, were replaced by increasingly worn-out pieces of cloth. Some accounts depict his emaciated body, his protruding ribs, his skin becoming dark and wrinkled, his eyes sunken into their sockets. He practiced breath retention exercises, sometimes to the point of losing consciousness. Sitting in meditation posture, he tried to constrain his breathing to the brink of almost ceasing it, thinking he could thereby break all desire and attachment to life. He also stood on one foot during the night to extend his effort and refused sleep. Convinced that these practices were not just a demonstration of will, but a guarantee of spiritual progress, he persevered without realizing to what extent his health was in jeopardy. From time to time, he engaged in discussions with other ascetics to compare his method with theirs. Some insisted more on the mental repetition of formulas, others on the necessity of experiencing physical pain to the point of losing all sense of ego. The consensus in these circles was that voluntary suffering purifies the mind. Siddhartha saw an apparent logic in it. By putting his physical body under extreme conditions, one could break the identification with the body and consequently hope to liberate oneself from desires. However, in a corner of his mind, there lingered the doubt sown by his previous teachings. Ultimate liberation does not necessarily lie in temporary conditions, however mystical or ascetic they may be, but may reside in a profound understanding of the mind's mechanisms. Weeks and months passed, and his body weakened each day. Illnesses, dizziness, and fainting spells marked his daily life. He sporadically received some alms or offerings from local inhabitants, but these remained minimal. Most of the time, he even rejected these modest gifts in the name of absolute austerity. Despite this, his renown grew. It was said that a prince of the Shakya clan in his prime was battling himself in the forest, seeking to go further than anyone on the path of asceticism. Rumors circulated about his determination, his ability to endure hunger, thirst, and pain without complaint. The few passers-by who saw him later spoke in the villages of this skeletal man, with eyes shining with intensity, who pursued a quest even more ambitious than anything one could have imagined. One day, when Siddhartha was particularly weakened, a young village woman named Sujata approached him. According to some versions, she came to pray at a sacred tree, hoping for a good marriage or the prosperity of her family. But seeing the ascetic lying on the ground, half unconscious, she was filled with compassion. She offered him a bowl of rice pudding, a nourishing and comforting dish. Upon this gesture, Siddhartha initially hesitated, fearing to break his vow of fasting. However, he was exhausted, and something deep within him understood that it would be futile to die of exhaustion before attaining true enlightenment. He thus accepted the offering, recognized the kindness of this act, and nourished himself. This bowl of rice pudding, presented in some traditions as a decisive moment, planted in him the seed of a new reflection, Perhaps the excess of austerity was merely another form of illusion, just as the excess of luxury in the palace could be. Strengthened by this realization, Siddhartha began to question the idea that extreme repression of the body could, by itself, lead to truth. He considered previous teachings. On one hand, he had experienced very high meditative states with Alara Kalama and Udaka Ramaputta, which had not ended suffering definitively. On the other hand, he had just undergone such rigorous asceticism that it threatened his survival. He realized that these two paths, though seemingly opposed, did not satisfy him. The first risked confining him to an endless quest for fleeting mental states, while the second wore out his physical form to the extreme. The bowl of rice pudding from Sujata symbolized a profound mental shift. Between the excess of comfort and the excess of austerity, there might be a middle way. Later traditions would call this approach the middle way, Majjhima Patipada in Pali. It invited Siddhartha to stop needlessly harming his own body, to redirect his energy towards a direct understanding of the mechanism of suffering and its causes. Some of the ascetics around him considered him a coward when they saw that he was now accepting food. Others saw him as misunderstood, betraying their ideal of deprivation. Nevertheless, this turning point was accompanied by an increasingly clear inner conviction that liberation does not consist in destroying oneself, nor escaping into times of absolute suspension, but in seeing things as they are, without falling into excess. From that moment on, Siddhartha gradually regained strength. He did not give up meditation, but he revised his method and his lifestyle. He stopped engaging in dangerous mortification exercises, relearned to eat enough to maintain good health, and channeled his efforts into a meditative practice that acknowledged the role of the body without clinging to it. He retained the garb of a wandering monk with closely cropped hair and still meditated at the foot of trees, away from the city's tumult. However, he no longer considered himself bound to total deprivation. Later texts describe this transition as the discovery of a balance, allowing the consciousness to remain clear and mindful without succumbing to the chains of desire or falling into voluntary suffering. This episode illustrates the complexity of the spiritual climate of 6th century BCE India. Renowned masters could impart highly advanced techniques of contemplation, but their disciples did not always find complete answers to everyday problems. Meanwhile, the ascetic ideal, sometimes pushed to the extreme, focused the practitioner on fighting against his impulses, without necessarily providing definitive insight into the cessation of suffering. Over the years in Uruvela, Siddhartha had gained deep knowledge of the most profound meditation and the most radical austerity. These experiences needed to be integrated into his personal path, leading him to consider abandoning overly extreme positions in favor of a point of balance. On the eve of his 35th birthday, he found himself at the crossroads of discipline and letting go, ready to embark on a more balanced practice. He continued to meditate on the banks of the Naranjara, under the soothing shade of a large fig tree. The sites, climate, and surrounding population remained more or less the same, but his inner posture had changed. Nothing prevented him from receiving a little food, taking care of his body, or resuming the sitting position after a short rest. The moment had come to let emerge a less rigid, more sustainable approach that would take into account essential needs, while directing the mind towards the highest introspection. Siddhartha then practiced attentive observation of his physical sensations and thoughts, understanding that the middle way is not a lukewarm concession, but the lucid recognition of the necessity of a path free of any extremes. The memories of his previous masters did not leave him. Alara Kalama and Udaka Ramaputta had each, in their way, offered him a glimpse of the mind's power in deep meditation. The ascetics of Uruvela had shown him how far a human being could push the will to surpass oneself through mortification. Sujata, on the other hand, had embodied the compassion and simplicity of the nourishing gesture. Together, they formed a corpus of experiences that, combined, would soon promote an unprecedented discovery in the spiritual history of the region. In Uruvela, Siddhartha was no longer the prince locked in an ivory tower, nor the young student thirsty for techniques. He was now surpassing the stage of extreme fasting and purely conceptual meditative absorption to refocus on the true nature of suffering, its roots, and the concrete ways to overcome it. He began to ease his daily breathing practices, breathing freely, without ever falling into an overexertion that could destroy him. He fed himself at regular intervals, albeit sparingly, but enough so that his mind remained clear and his strength didn't abandon him. He maintained a seated posture, sometimes for several hours, observing the fluctuation of his thoughts, the emergence of fleeting mental states, the haze of nascent emotions. When he perceived a discomfort or a slight desire, he analyzed how this desire or aversion took shape in his mind, seeking to untangle the thread of internal causality. He did not yet explicitly identify the steps of a structured methodology, but through his personal experience, the outline of a novel approach was already emerging. The path he was now experimenting with was no longer one of extremes, nor the illusion that total isolation of consciousness can produce. It was a path he carved himself, step by step, in contact with his feelings and direct understanding. Asceticism was not abandoned altogether. He continued to cultivate simplicity in life, sleeping under the stars and cutting himself off from worldly entertainments. Nevertheless, he had enough lucidity to nourish himself when necessary and no longer subject his body to the harsh trial of suffocation or prolonged fasting. Many readers throughout time will see in this period the essential pivot that prepares the blossoming of a spiritual illumination. The experience of extreme weakness, followed by the salvific help of Sujata, instilled in Siddhartha the clear realization that the path to awakening could not coincide with self-destruction. Practice had to be anchored in bodily lucidity, mental stability, and the subtle observation of the mind. The barriers he sometimes imposed on himself gave way to gentle and uninterrupted attention. By granting himself both discipline and a minimum of care, he became capable of prolonging his inner investigation. Historians and hagiographers who have studied this phase of Siddhartha's life converge to see in it the maturation of an exceptional journey. The young man who passed through the teachings of Alara Kalama and Udaka Ramaputta, then through the harshness of Uruvela, now stood on the verge of a radical understanding, the broad outlines of which would reveal themselves shortly thereafter. The decisive step was recognizing the necessity of a balanced guiding principle, presenting the body not as an absolute obstacle, but as a vehicle that must be preserved in order to continue the quest for truth. Over the days, his sharp mind approached the intuition that it was possible to observe the birth and cessation of mental phenomena without falling into exaltation or repression. An inner silence emerged, hinting at the potential for an awakening to come, grounded in clairvoyance rather than escape or self-violence. At Uruvela, on the bank of the Naranjara, Siddhartha thus repositioned himself in relation to himself and to the world. His 6 years of extreme asceticism had shown him that none of those paths, as he had practiced them, provided a lasting solution. After Sujata's beneficent gift, he took the path of moderation, now weaving a subtler connection with his own breathing, the food he ingested, and the thoughts that brushed against him. He gradually honed a path of understanding that would become the foundation of a future teaching intended for all who aspire to transcend the sufferings of existence. The Night of Vesak, a celebration marking the full moon of the month traditionally associated with the birth, enlightenment, and parinirvana of the Buddha, holds a fundamental place in the history of Buddhism. Around 528 BCE, according to some sources, Siddhartha Gautama, then about 35 years old, settled beneath a pipal tree, later called the Bodhi tree, in the locality of Bodh Gaya in eastern India. This fig tree, located not far from the Niranjana River, became the stage for decisive events leading to the spiritual awakening of the one not yet called Buddha. According to tradition, Siddhartha Gautama sits on a mat made of kusha grass, gathered nearby by a grass cutter named Svastika. This grass, valued for its sacred qualities and softness, is supposed to promote grounding and stability during meditation. Determined to solve the question of human suffering, the future awakened one vows not to move from this spot until he has unraveled the mystery of existence. He chooses to face east, the direction considered promising, and prepares to confront his inner doubts. According to the accounts, this is when Mara intervenes, a figure symbolizing the forces of illusion and selfishness that seek to hinder the quest for liberation. Mara is sometimes described as a rebellious diva, jealous of the place the awakened one is about to occupy in the world. Leading an immense demonic army, he attempts to disturb Siddhartha's concentration. First, he sends arrows, spears, and all sorts of projectiles, yet every weapon turns into harmless flowers as they approach the meditator, whose determination does not waver. Faced with Siddhartha's resistance, Mara employs a second strategy and makes his daughters appear, often named Tanha desire, Arati aversion, and Raga passion, personifications of temptation in seductive forms. The goal is to stir up envy, awaken a carnal desire, or engender confusion. Yet, Siddhartha's deep vigilance does not waver. He remains absorbed in perfect equanimity, aware of every sensation and every thought, without attachment. The offensive once again proves fruitless against the inner peace of this persistent meditator. Not declaring himself defeated, Mara then claims the throne of Dharma, the spiritual position that Siddhartha is about to conquer. He demands proof of legitimacy, a testimony validating the authority of this solitary meditator against cosmic forces. According to tradition, Siddhartha touches the ground with his right hand, invoking the earth as a witness to his merits, accumulated over countless past existences. The ground then begins to tremble, signifying nature's approval and thus repelling Mara and his army. Buddhist tradition then recounts the 3 great watches of the night, during which Siddhartha gains successive insights. During the first watch, just after dusk, he remembers with supernatural precision his previous lives, tracing back through multiple births, deaths, and rebirths. This revelation shows him that existence is not limited to a single earthly passage, and that every being undergoes a cycle conditioned by past actions. He becomes fully aware of the fragility and painful repetition of existence. During the second watch, traditionally extending until midnight, Siddhartha perceives the functioning of universal karma. He sees, as if observing every being, how good, bad, or neutral voluntary actions determine the conditions of future birth. He discerns the cause and effect mechanisms governing an infinite web of dependencies. This vision of karma, which literally means action, breaks the idea that destinies are set arbitrarily. Each person is largely responsible for the direction their own cyclical renewal will take. Finally, the third watch arrives, just before dawn. At this moment, Siddhartha attains direct understanding of the Four Noble Truths, considered the doctrinal foundation of Buddhism. He first perceives the reality of suffering, which encompasses physical pain, sorrow, but also the dissatisfaction arising from impermanence. Then he identifies the origin of this suffering, rooted in selfish desire, the craving that binds us to the cycle of rebirths. He also discovers the possibility of extinguishing this desire, paving the way for liberation. Finally, he grasps the method to achieve this, summarized by the Noble Eightfold Path, a practice based on right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. This balanced path, avoiding extreme austerity, as well as unbridled pursuit of pleasures, leads to the liberation from the cycle of rebirths. Through this revelation, Siddhartha understands that the mind can break the bonds of ignorance and achieve lasting peace, both internal and universal. In the culture of the time, the emergence of what would come to be known as the Four Noble Truths embodied a true spiritual revolution. The Brahmins, custodians of the dominant Vedic religion, insisted on the execution of sacrifices and the observance of complex rituals to win the gods' favor. The ascetics, for their part, sometimes sought deliverance through practices of extreme mortification. Siddhartha, by recognizing the middle path and clearly articulating the nature of suffering, its cause, its cessation, and the method, offered a new perspective. The precise moment of awakening, or bodhi, occurs at the end of these three watches. At that moment, all mental darkness dissipates, giving way to the clear vision of reality as it is. The texts indicate that Siddhartha's mind is so clear that no root of ignorance remains. This inner transformation is described as an awakening, comparable to the sunrise after a long night. Free from all attachment, he feels boundless compassion for all beings, driven by the understanding of their suffering. According to tradition, it is at the very moment of this awakening that Siddhartha Gautama truly becomes Buddha, a Sanskrit word meaning the awakened one, or the one who has awakened. It is not a mere acquisition of knowledge, but a radical change of being. From now on, he perceives the world with total lucidity and lives in harmony with the universal law of Dharma. This revelation, so powerful and irreversible, marks an absolute milestone in the history of ideas, that of victory over ignorance, fear, and attachment. Ancient accounts mention wonderful natural phenomena accompanying this moment. Some say a beam of light emanated from the Bodhi tree. Others report that the earth trembled slightly to greet this triumph of consciousness. Although these elements belong to the legendary realm, they express the extraordinary dimension of the event. At Bodh Gaya itself, a cult would later develop around this sacred place, where pilgrims would come to meditate, pray, and celebrate the Buddha's enlightenment. Thus, the site would gradually gain renown throughout the Gangetic Peninsula. In Buddhist texts, the awakening under the Bodhi tree is frequently described as an awakening to the reality of the emptiness of phenomena, the interdependence of all things, and the cessation of suffering. This historical moment, while imbued with myths, has considerable philosophical significance. It introduces the idea that a human being, through their own practice and discernment, can reach a state of full consciousness beyond ordinary conditioning. This realization requires neither bloody sacrifice nor divine intervention, but rather personal commitment. At dawn, when the light of day rises over Bodh Gaya, Siddhartha Gautama has now transcended fear, ignorance, and the desires of Mara. From that moment, he is the Buddha, bearer of the Dharma, the universal truth that he will thereafter teach in various places. His state of consciousness, freed from the veils of the ego, would embody the spiritual ideal for many men and women across Asia, and then beyond. As the sun rises, the world silently welcomes the advent of a new luminous era of wisdom. The day after his awakening, Siddhartha Gautama, now known as the awakened Buddha, left the region of Bodh Gaya to travel to Sarnath, near the city of Varanasi Benares, in the present-day state of Uttar Pradesh in northern India. We are around 528 BCE, according to traditional estimates. The Buddha, then about 35 years old, had gone through a long period of spiritual quest, marked by years of extreme asceticism, followed by the discovery of a middle way between excess and deprivation. His awakening under the Bodhi tree at Bodh Gaya had allowed him to understand, in his own words, the nature of suffering and the path to its cessation. However, this new state of consciousness came with a crucial question: how to effectively transmit this inner realization to disciples or listeners unaccustomed to such a spiritual perspective. After meditating for some time on whether or not to share his experience, he chose to teach. Tradition recounts that the god Brahma Sahampati, an important celestial figure in the ancient Indian pantheon, implored him to communicate his discovery for the benefit of all. Accepting this call, the Buddha decided to set out again and find his former ascetic companions, whom he knew were settled not far from Varanasi, in a place called Deer Park. It was in this peaceful and wooded place that what the Buddhist tradition calls the turning of the wheel of Dharma would take place, namely, the first public discourse that would articulate the essential structure of Buddhist teaching. As he traveled to Sarnath, the Buddha was not unaware that the 5 ascetics, his former companions, harbored a particular resentment towards him. They had seen him abandon his extreme austerities not long before, considering this decision a sign of weakness, even a renunciation of the spiritual quest. These 5 men, generally named in the texts as Kondanya, Vapa, Padya, Mahanama, and Asaji, were then convinced that only total deprivation could achieve some form of liberation. They considered themselves the guardians of a pure ascetic ideal, and saw Gautama's new approach as a betrayal. However, when the Buddha appeared on the horizon, they quickly noticed that his attitude and inner glow were radically different from their memories. According to tradition, an internal dialogue took place within them. Should they ignore him, or should they show him a minimum of hospitality? Ultimately, fascinated by his calm and serenity, they decided not to reject him and greeted him politely. The Buddha remained serene and showed benevolence, which tempered their initial distrust. They invited him to sit and explain the reason for his visit to this remote place. Thus was established the first contact, an essential pivot for transmitting what would become the foundational teaching of Buddhism. The Buddha soon expounded what he called the middle way. He explained that neither extreme indulgence nor extreme asceticism could lead to the complete liberation from suffering. To him, merely exhausting the body through arduous practices, or conversely indulging in sensory pleasures without restraint, did not lead to a true understanding of reality. He then recounted how he had moved from one to the other, finally discovering a balanced path, free from excess. From this posture of inner balance, he approached his central teaching. The first major formulation he imparted to these 5 disciples is what tradition refers to as the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta in Pali, or Dharmakakra Pravartana Sutra in Sanskrit, often translated as the Sermon of the Setting in Motion of the Wheel of Dharma. The word Dharma here refers to the natural law, the profound truth of existence, and the moral principles that flow from it. Imagining the wheel of Dharma turning means conceiving the spread of a wave of truth, ready to spread throughout the world to liberate beings from suffering. The 5 ascetics, intrigued by this formula, leaned toward the Buddha to listen with greater attention, curious about this supposedly new path he wanted them to discover. The Buddha continued by announcing the 4 noble truths, the core of his message. First, he explained, there is the truth of suffering. This term, dukkha, goes beyond the simple notion of physical pain and includes deep dissatisfaction, frustration, and the inherent instability of all conditioned existence. Then comes the truth of the origin of suffering, which is the craving or desire that binds us to worldly objects and situations, prompting us to want to possess or reject them. The third truth indicates the possibility of the cessation of this suffering, meaning that it is genuinely feasible to free oneself from this cycle of dissatisfaction. Finally, the fourth truth outlines the path to reach this state of cessation, the Noble Eightfold Path, Aryastangamarga in Sanskrit. For each truth, the Buddha endeavored to clarify the nuances, emphasizing that suffering was not a fate, but rather a process that could be understood and transcended. The 5 ascetics listened intently, though some remained skeptical, especially because of the break with their previous ascetic beliefs. But the charisma of the Buddha and the coherence of his discourse began to crack their resistances. The Noble Eightfold Path consists, he specified, of 8 interdependent elements that must be developed in concert: right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. To make these concepts more graspable, he explained that right view involves a deep understanding of reality and the nature of suffering. Right intention denotes the sincere and benevolent motivation to overcome ignorance. Right speech consists in expressing oneself honestly without injury or lie. Right action implies respecting non-violence and maintaining an impeccable ethic. Right livelihood suggests a mode of subsistence that harms no being. Right effort signifies persisting with determination on the path, while right mindfulness refers to the full awareness of the present moment. Finally, right concentration corresponds to meditative practices that refine the mind, distancing it from unrest and error. Supporting this verbal presentation, the Buddha took care to illustrate his points with concrete comparisons so that each could perceive their impact in daily life. The 5 monks, because they were already familiar with discipline and spiritual rigor, began to understand the internal logic of this path. The idea that it isn't necessary to mistreat one's own body to achieve an advanced state of wisdom awakened a novel curiosity in them. As the explanation deepened, the Buddha repeatedly reminded them that his teaching was based on direct experience, not on supernatural revelation. He indicated that the gradual practice of the Noble Eightfold Path confronts the adept with the reality of their own mind, allowing a process of observation, letting go, and deconditioning. He also recounted that he had followed a similar process, having left behind needless mortifications. He had undertaken meditations founded on concentration and lucidity. These orientations, devoid of extremes, had guided him towards a clear understanding of how suffering arises, persists, and ceases. The honesty of the Buddha, who did not demand blind obedience, surprised the 5 ascetics. Indeed, the era was marked by complex rituals and sometimes bloody sacrifices, where the word of the Brahmins was considered absolute. Here, Gautama did not rely on any divine dogma or immutable sacred text. He spoke of a personal realization that each could verify for themselves. This argument inspired admiration among the ascetics, and their initial rejection gave way to an open disposition, tinged with humility. At the end of this first part of the discourse, Kondanya, the eldest of the five, began to manifest a deep understanding. According to Buddhist accounts, he was the first to grasp the concrete meaning of what the Buddha had just explained. The texts report that he exclaimed, "Everything that is born is subject to cessation," thus realizing the first stage of awakening according to Buddhist terminology. The other ascetics, impressed by Kondanya's sudden lucidity, also wanted to present their doubts and inquiries. The Buddha, in his pedagogy, answered each question by reformulating the Four Truths and describing more precisely the dynamics of desire, attachment, and ignorance. He emphasized that the desire not to exist is just as harmful as the desire to exist, as both fall under rigid attachment. Patiently, he showed that once one understands the mechanisms of suffering, one can simultaneously free oneself from the illusion of a permanent self and evolve towards a broader worldview. The benevolence he showed towards each of the five ascetics encouraged them to persevere in listening and reflection. As the day progressed and successive explanations unfolded, the initial misunderstanding dissipated, replaced by gradual wonder. The atmosphere of the deer park added to the interior-focused ambiance, providing a conducive environment for concentration. Numerous accounts describe the place as a haven of peace, sometimes populated by deer and dotted with shady groves. Under these trees, far from the world's clamor, the Buddha continued the exposition of the Wheel of Dharma, emphasizing the ethical implications of his teaching. He highlighted the importance of compassion towards all sentient beings, recommending not to kill, not to steal, and to avoid violence in all its forms. The five ascetics, once fervent advocates of strict and solitary asceticism, discovered through these words a more universal vision. Gradually, their mistrust gave way to the conviction that they were facing a revolutionary message, whose value surpassed the limits of their clan or caste. As the sun was setting, Kondanya solemnly expressed his complete agreement with Gautama's vision. Buddhist chronicles henceforth consider Kondanya as the first disciple to embrace the correct view, recognizing the enlightened one as an authentic guide. In the days that followed, the other companions, in turn, acquired a similar understanding, surpassing their initial hesitations. Each began to practice meditation according to the Buddha's instructions, personally verifying the validity of what he had taught through their experience. The Buddha, aware that their faith had been shaken and then strengthened by reasoning, allowed them to enter the newly formed circle of his fully convinced disciples. Thus, around him was constituted a first core of practitioners united by a common commitment to preserve the lineage of this teaching and implement it in their own lives. This marked the formal birth of the Sangha, a Sanskrit and Pali term meaning community. This nascent community was dedicated to study, meditative practice, moral respect, and the propagation of the doctrine. Compared to the Brahminical traditions and other ascetic currents of the time, this collective approach around an enlightened master marked a notable innovation. It guaranteed the possibility for individuals who were not necessarily Brahmins or born into a high caste to join a spiritual movement and progress together towards liberation. Early accounts emphasized the solidarity that now united the Buddha and these five men, establishing a new model of master-disciple relationship based on dialogue and mutual support. Sure, here's the translation. Beyond simply renouncing austere practices, This branching out towards the Sangha signified a transition to a formally organized way of life, even in its infancy. The Buddha introduced a few rules to ensure that community life remained coherent. Daily almsgiving for subsistence, sharing offerings, and maintaining discipline in speech were among the first points discussed. He stressed the necessity of keeping the orientation towards liberation at the heart of the community to avoid getting lost in sterile controversies or worldly behaviors. In this framework, humility, respect, and moderation in consumption were recommended to thwart pride. Later texts will say that the first 5 monks, aware of the privilege of their proximity to the Enlightened One, diligently followed these new rules. While the Sangha was still modest and little known to the general public, this founding group already carried the promise of a wider dissemination of the teaching, traveling from region to region to make it known. The foundations of a monastic structure were thus being laid, initiating a movement that would spread throughout Asia in the centuries to come. The ascetics of Sarnath had become the very first bhiksus, mendicant monks, and through their adherence, they inaugurated an order open to other seekers of truth, who would, in turn, aspire to understand and transmit this liberating Dharma. The Buddha, after attaining enlightenment under the Bodhgaya tree and delivering his first sermon at Sarnath, soon found himself surrounded by women and men curious to hear his message. These listeners, often from varied backgrounds, nobles, merchants, farmers, or anyone crossing his path, demonstrated a sincere willingness to understand the path leading to the cessation of suffering. In response to this enthusiasm, a monastic community gradually formed around him. It is this community, called the Sangha, that became the living embodiment of his teachings. To organize and consolidate it, the Buddha gradually established rules of life, called Vinaya, as well as common practices designed to structure the group and protect it from anarchy. His influence would then spread over a vast part of the Indian subcontinent, notably in the kingdoms of Magadha to the south and Kosala to the north, carried by the constant preaching and the adherence of eminent disciples like Shariputra, Maudgalyayana, Mahakashyapa, and Ananda. According to Buddhist tradition, the Buddha noticed that, to preserve the harmony of the group, it was essential to lay down concrete, moral, and ethical benchmarks. Thus was born the Vinaya, which is to say, the set of rules governing monastic life. This Sanskrit term translates to discipline or regulation and aims to oversee the day-to-day lives of monks, bhiksu, and later of nuns, bhikshuni. At that time, northern India experienced a plethora of renunciate movements. Many traveled from kingdom to kingdom, seeking places of quiet for meditation and living off alms. However, without strict codification, cohabitation could quickly become chaotic. The Buddha, driven by his desire to teach a path of liberation, ensured that his disciples adopted impeccable behavior in the eyes of civil society while deepening their inner search. The first fundamental rule of the Vinaya is mendicancy. Instead of producing their own food, the monks would present themselves at the doors of residents to gather their daily meal. The alms bowl they carried is much more than just a practical container. It symbolizes the monks' dependence on the generosity of the lay community. This establishes a form of reciprocity. The monks offer spiritual inspiration, advice, and blessings, while the laity supports their subsistence. This life centered on almsgiving fosters humility and contributes toward breaking ties with all forms of material possession. The Buddha, often reminding of the necessity to master greed, stressed that monks and nuns should never accumulate more than what is necessary for the day. Another essential rule is chastity. In India during the 6th and 5th centuries BCE, The Brahmanic tradition emphasized the perpetuation of the family lineage and the birth of sons who could alleviate karma and maintain family rituals. In contrast, the Vinaya requires renunciates to abstain from all sexual relations to better focus their energies on the spiritual quest. While the broader society remains deeply attached to genealogical continuity, the Sangha stands out for this voluntary break. Novices each take solemn vows, including a commitment not to touch others in a suggestive manner or seek carnal pleasure. This abstinence is a crucial step in avoiding distractions and understanding the ephemeral nature of desire. Added to this is the rule of non-violence ahimsa. In a political universe often marked by rivalries between kingdoms, the use of force may seem a commonplace solution to conflicts. Nevertheless, the Buddhist tradition reaffirms the necessity to spare all sentient beings, whether human or animal. Monks and nuns, staying away from power struggles, must refrain from destructive acts or words, considering peace as a prerequisite for spiritual progress. This ideal of non-violence also guides how the Sangha organizes its movements. During long foot journeys, each is invited to look at the ground to avoid stepping on tiny insects. The sharing of alms and donations constitutes another important aspect of the Vinaya. The goods offered by the faithful, food, clothing, remedies, are seen as needing to benefit the entire community without distinction of rank or seniority. The Buddha himself remains an example. He accepts with humility all that is given to then redistribute it equitably. This principle creates a strong cohesion within the monastic group and prevents a monk attracted by fame from being overwhelmed with material riches while another suffers deprivation. The Vinaya precisely states the type of clothing a monk can wear. They're often ochre or saffron color, and how to maintain them so that all appear harmoniously and without ostentation.
I enjoyed it, Fred. I have Robin and I'm listening to it too. So we'll talk later. Bye-bye.
Once these Vinaya rules are laid down, the Buddha undertakes numerous preaching journeys, wishing to spread his message far beyond the initial area of Sarnath. Thus, he travels to the kingdom of Magadha, located to the east of present-day Bihar. Under the reign of King Bimbisara, Magadha experiences a period of stability and prosperity that facilitates the reception of religious teachings. Captivated by the Buddha's wisdom, Bimbisara donates the bamboo grove near Rajagriha, then the capital of the kingdom. This generous act accelerates the formation of a monastery, a place where monks can rest, train, and meditate. This is a valuable ally for the Buddha, as the support of a sovereign grants a certain legitimacy in the eyes of the people. If the king encourages these wandering monks, there are strong chances that the populace will also listen to their teachings. Simultaneously, the Buddha also visits the region of Kosala, governed by King Pasenadi, sometimes referred to as Prasenajit. Kosala, spanning the current territories of Uttar Pradesh and part of Nepal, is a vast kingdom with a flourishing economy thanks to rice trade and management of the route connecting the Ganges to the Himalayas. The Buddha resides notably in the city of Shravast, where wealthy donors, such as Anathapindika, acquire the famous Jetavana Grove to offer permanent lodging to the Sangha. In this place, which becomes one of the most important centers for spreading the doctrine, the Buddha delivers major discourses on non-duality, compassion, and the emptiness of the ego, while firmly maintaining the monk's grounding in the Vinaya. During these preaching tours, notable spiritual seekers approach the Buddha, who then become pillars of the community. Shariputra, at first, is renowned for his insight and vast philosophical knowledge. He was likely born in Nalaka, a village in Magadha, and converted to Buddhism after meeting a monk disciple of the Buddha. Meanwhile, Maudgalyayana, also spelled Moggallana, is equally remarkable. Tradition describes him as most endowed with psychic powers, capable of entering deep meditation and perceiving other planes of existence. Together, Sariputra and Maudgalyayana become close collaborators of the Buddha, assisting him in organizing the Sangha and transmitting the teachings.
Girl, you were kicking it. I enjoyed it, Fred. I had Robin and I listening to it too. So we'll talk later. Bye-bye.
Next comes Mahakashyapa, an ascetic renowned for his austerity and determination. Before meeting the Buddha, Mahakashyapa was already leading a rigorous life of renunciation, sometimes living in the forest or under trees, making do with simple clothing. Having become a monk under the guidance of the Buddha, he distinguished himself by establishing very strict disciplinary rules, believing that inner purity necessarily involves humble living conditions. Finally, it is impossible to mention the expansion of the Sangha without noting Ananda, a particularly beloved figure within the community. Considered to be the Buddha's cousin, he possessed an exceptional memory, recalling his teachings almost word for word. Younger than Shariputra and Maudgalyayana, he gradually established himself as the master's principal assistant, overseeing his material comfort, his preaching schedule, and acting as a liaison between the Buddha and the rest of the group. The influence of these eminent disciples is not limited to the monastic circle. They traverse the roads, passing on the teaching of liberation in turn. In villages and towns, the reception is often enthusiastic, as the population finds in Buddhism a practical path to free themselves from the numerous bloody sacrifices promoted by the Vedic tradition. Thanks to the Vinaya, the monks offer an ethical model of life that does not require the presence of a Brahmanical class or the performance of costly rituals. Their simplicity, combined with clear explanations of the origins of suffering, appeals to an increasing number of followers, both among the elites and ordinary people. In this emerging dynamic, the Buddha perceives that a difficulty might arise during the rainy season. Traveling on muddy roads becomes problematic and risks causing the death of countless small aquatic or terrestrial creatures. To reduce these accidents and also avoid damaging crops, he establishes the monsoon retreat, called Vasa. This retreat, lasting 3 months, coincides with the rainy season. During this period, monks cease their travels and remain in a monastery, or, failing that, any shelter available to them. The goal is twofold: to protect life in all its forms from accidental destruction, and to allow everyone to dedicate themselves to meditation and study in a stable location. The Vasa quickly becomes an essential tradition in the Buddhist calendar. It requires each monk to stay attached to a fixed location, strengthening the already existing monasteries. The monks and nuns use this time to consolidate their knowledge and share their reflections. Study groups form where texts are recited and memorized. The eldest, like Mahakashyapa or Shariputra, serve as tutors to the younger ones. The Buddha, for his part, sometimes uses this time to deepen the understanding of those who remain with him, or to clarify certain points of the Vinaya that have raised questions. At the end of the Vasa period, the Sangha emerges strengthened and ready to resume its travels to continue its missionary work. To maintain permanent cohesion and discuss possible transgressions of the established rules, the Sangha meets during semi-annual assemblies. These gatherings, where all those who have taken the robe are invited, allow for a collective review of each individual's conduct. If a monk breaches the Vinaya code, he must acknowledge his fault and commit to correcting his behavior. This is followed by a form of public confession, and then the reading of the main articles of discipline. Admitting a fault, while an act of individual humility, is primarily seen as a means to preserve the group's spiritual purity. Sanctions might exist, but they are essentially corrective and aim to restore unity. These semi-annual assemblies also promote the strengthening of ties between the different branches of Buddhist monasticism. Indeed, with the rapid rise of Buddhism in the regions of Magadha and Kosala, several monasteries are developing almost simultaneously. Minimal variations sometimes appear in the way of interpreting or practicing the Vinaya, depending on cultural sensitivities or the temperaments of the masters. The collective meetings thus serve as a space for dialogue, where everyone can express themselves on the daily practice of the monastic code. Divergences, although sometimes pronounced, are subject to orderly debates until the Buddha, or one of his authorized disciples, resolves the dispute. In the majority of cases, the spirit of conciliation prevails, as the priority is to maintain the harmony of the Sangha. On a practical level, these meetings often take place after the great periods of Vasa in order to assess the entire rainy season. How did the community behave? What difficulties were encountered? Were there any disputes between monks? Were there cases of theft, lying, or breaches of chastity? The disciples who traveled before or after the monsoon also share their observations on the reception of the doctrine in the regions visited, recounting which villages were most open and what cultural or linguistic obstacles may have arisen. Thus, the Sangha grows not only in number, but also in maturity, with each monk contributing to the exchange of new or deepened experiences and teachings. As this organization stabilizes, the list of disciples joining the Sangha lengthens. Positive feedback from the population encourages the Buddha to continue his travels when he is not retreating himself. It is not uncommon to see groups of monks departing two by two, gradually spreading the Buddha's precepts in merchant cities, from Pataliputra to Varanasi, passing through all the intermediate towns. Accounts mention multiple anchoring places desirous of building monasteries or hosting the Buddha as a distinguished guest. Local rulers, aware of the growing importance of this religious movement, sometimes seek to establish diplomatic ties with the order, as the support of such a peaceful community can boost their popularity among the populace. Support is not solely royal. Merchants, enriched by the prosperous trade of river and land routes, sometimes finance the construction of meeting halls intended to house the semi-annual assemblies. Specific spaces are allocated for the reading and recitation of texts, including the teaching of the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. Novices train there and receive practical advice on begging, public etiquette, and how to pronounce liturgical formulas. Thus, Buddhism weaves a web of interdependence with society. The Sangha needs material goods to subsist, and in return, it offers a spiritual, moral, and intellectual framework that becomes central in the lives of many inhabitants. While the increased recognition afforded by this expansion proves useful, it also comes with its share of challenges. Fame sometimes attracts individuals motivated by opportunistic reasons. Some aspire to be monks in the hope of receiving respect and offerings, without feeling the sincerity of a renunciant. The Buddha, cautious about this drift, often explains that the saffron robe should not be an excuse to shirk moral responsibilities. He emphasizes the need to strictly adhere to the Vinaya, warning against false ascetics who might tarnish the movement's image. To prevent these abuses, rites of intention verification are established, questioning candidates about their motivations and inviting them to willingly renounce their material attachments, as well as their social ambitions. At the same time, the monastic order grows in number and complexity. The Buddha, attentive to the needs of each community, recommends that groups organize locally around experienced elders capable of guiding novices. Disciples like Shariputra, Maudgalyayana, or Ananda are entrusted with teaching or arbitration missions. These key figures often travel, ensuring a level of homogeneity in respecting the Vinaya and in the quality of oral transmission. As for Mahakashyapa, his prestige leads him to embody a form of exemplary asceticism, proving that the middle path is not synonymous with spiritual laxity, advocating a balance between cooperation within the Sangha and perseverance in solitary meditation. In this evolving context, monastic discipline and semi-annual gatherings remain the pillars of the Sangha's proper functioning. The rules are not simply prohibitions, but instruments of cohesion and stability for hundreds of monks from diverse origins. Exchanges with neighboring kingdoms, notably Vajji and Kheti, also multiply at this time. Disciples sent on missions never forget to stop by a local monastery to observe the Vassa and participate in assemblies, even if they are far from their original group. This simultaneous establishment and similar lifestyles contribute to the homogenization of the community, greatly facilitating mutual recognition between monks meeting for the first time. In the mid-6th century BCE, as Siddhartha Gautama begins teaching in the neighboring kingdoms of his native region, diplomacy and royal patronage play an essential role in spreading Buddhist ideas. The royal lineages of the Gangetic Plain, such as those of Magadha and Kosala, continually seek stability and legitimacy while competing to extend their influence. Sovereigns, sensitive to the spiritual currents traversing the region, lend an attentive ear to ascetics and teachers capable of transcending traditional religious divides. In this context, the Buddha not only benefits from a favorable climate to present his conceptions of nonviolence and detachment, but he also receives substantial material support. Numerous supporters, especially powerful figures like kings, play a decisive role in establishing monasteries and retreat centers where the monastic community can develop while providing teachings to the populace. Events involving figures like Bimbisara, the king of Magadha, or Pasenadi, the king of Kosala, demonstrate how politics, religion, and the economy intertwine in 6th century BCE India. The first major royal support for the Buddha manifests in the kingdom of Magadha, centered around the city of Rajagrha, sometimes transliterated as Rajagriha. Magadha is then one of the rising powers in the northeast of the Indian subcontinent. Its sovereign, King Bimbisara, reigns in 543 BCE, according to traditional chronologies, which may vary by a few decades. He consolidates the authority of Magadha over a territory extending along the Ganges, including strategic power centers. Bimbisara, known for his intellectual curiosity and pragmatism, is said to have met Siddhartha Gautama while the latter was in Rajagriha, shortly after delivering some of his first discourses to local ascetics. The king, impressed by the depth and clarity of the Buddha's teachings, seeks to learn more about the principles of non-attachment and compassion. Quickly won over, Bimbisara recognizes in this new spiritual path a means to ease social tensions and strengthen the aesthetic cohesion of his kingdom, where various religious currents already coexist. To encourage the continuous presence of the Buddha in his domain, Bimbisara donates a vast property located not far from the capital, known as Venuvana, meaning the bamboo grove. At the time, it was common for a ruler or an aristocrat to provide a garden or a wooded property to host renowned hermits, religious figures, and ascetics. These offerings presented a double advantage. On one hand, they allowed the ascetics to remain in a safe place, suitable for meditation practices and the exchange of knowledge. On the other hand, they enhanced the prestige of the patron, who became affiliated with a respected spiritual center. For Bimbisara, Venuvana represented more than just an act of generosity. Located near the city gates, the park was easily accessible to members of the court, officials, and curious citizens. Crowds of followers, supporters, and onlookers came to listen to the Buddha deliver teachings while participating in the life of the Sangha, the budding monastic community. The bamboo trees, judiciously planted on fertile land, provided shade and coolness, their murmurs accompanying in silence the recitation of Buddhist precepts. Politically, the presence of the Buddha conferred an aura of wisdom and benevolence on Bimbisara, who gradually built a reputation as a just king, open to reform and concerned with the moral well-being of his subjects. During this period, the Buddha thus gained a strong geographical and institutional foothold, allowing him to stay for extended periods at Venuvana and establish a solid base for his disciples. This establishment facilitated the coordination of preaching tours throughout Magadha and then to other neighboring kingdoms. Men and women from different castes came to this park seeking advice, embracing the path of renunciation, or simply debating philosophical questions in a relatively peaceful climate. Although the presence of the Buddha did not end political rivalries between states, it generated a new dynamic within Magadha, where Bimbisara saw in the Buddha's benevolent neutrality a balancing factor. Furthermore, the growing fame of this kingdom as an early supporter of the Buddhist community helped enhance its prestige in the eyes of sometimes envious neighbors, such as Kosala, under the leadership of King Pasenadi. About 100 kilometers to the northwest of Magadha, the kingdom of Kosala was then governed by Pasenadi, known in some Buddhist texts as Prasenajit. He administered from the city of Shravast and embodied a powerful potentate, often competing with Magadha for control of border or strategic areas. Religiously, the kingdom of Kosala remained attached to Vedic traditions and Brahmanical sacrifices, whose legitimacy served to uphold the established order. When the reputation of the Buddha, now supported by Bimbisara, reached the court of Pasenadi, he did not hide a certain mistrust towards this new spiritual orientation that offered teachings accessible to all castes and challenged the traditional Brahmanical supremacy. Initially, the rivalry between the two kingdoms also extended to the religious sphere. Pasenadi, eager to preserve his authority, was less enthusiastic about hosting the Buddha. He feared indeed that the latter might foster Magadha's influence by encouraging the migration of scholars, Brahmins, or merchants. Although the Buddhist precepts spread, Pasenadi eventually invited Siddhartha Gautama to his court, intrigued by the intellectual depth of his discourses. The initial talks were marked by a certain reserve. Pasenadi, aware of his rivalry with Bimbisara, did not want to seem too quick to embrace ideas from elsewhere. Nevertheless, he was gradually moved by the notion of non-violence advocated by the Buddha, as well as by the principles of universal compassion and equality before the moral law of karma. In the accounts passed down by tradition, Pasenadi adopted a stance of partial conversion. He did not entirely abandon Vedic rituals, but he expressed concrete sympathy toward the Buddhist community, notably by supporting some of its members when they were in Shravast. His main official act would be to offer accommodation facilities and to grant administrative protection to traveling monks, without, however, embarking on a vast monastery construction program like the one encouraged by Bimbisara. This caution reflects the fragile balance in which the king of Kosala found himself, torn between his traditional court, which he could not rush, and the temptation to align with the spiritual momentum coming from Magadha. In parallel with the direct support provided by the sovereigns, a lay figure stands out particularly in the development of Buddhism, Anathapindika, a wealthy merchant from Shravast. His name literally means one who gives alms to the needy, a testament to a generosity recognized among the local population. In some stories, he is described as a prosperous merchant, primarily dealing in goods and merchandise circulating along the trade routes connecting Kosala to other kingdoms. Hearing about the Buddha and his message, he decided to set out to meet him. According to tradition, their first encounter took place outside of Shravast, during a stay by the Buddha in a neighboring region. Immediately captivated by the depth of this teaching aimed at the cessation of suffering and the pursuit of a virtuous life, Anathapindika offered his material support so that the Sangha could continue to thrive. Anathapindika's exact role in Buddhist history proves crucial. While Pasenadi's court remained ambivalent, Anathapindika would undertake an act of patronage that symbolized the place of lay people in the rise of Buddhism. He first identified a large piece of land belonging to Prince Jeta, a member of the Kosala royal family, located to the west of Shravast. The land, covered with trees, was ideally situated near the city, while providing an area of calm and retreat. Enthusiastic about the prospect of providing the Buddha and his community with a place conducive to meditation and teaching, Anathapindika began negotiations with Prince Jeta to acquire this property. According to legend, the prince challenged the merchant by declaring that he would only sell the land when it was covered with gold coins. Undeterred, Anathapindika meticulously covered every portion of the land with coins, impressing the prince, who eventually ceded the property. After acquiring the land, Anathapindika oversaw the development of what would become one of the most emblematic monasteries in Buddhist history, Jetavana, the Grove of Jeta. In later accounts, this place is often described as a serene environment, perfect for meditation, spiritual exhortations, and long-term communal living. Besides constructing meeting halls and buildings designed to house monks, Anathapindika financed the planting of trees, the creation of paved paths, and the installation of wells. The Buddha and his disciples would stay there multiple times, especially during the monsoon retreats, Vasa, when travel was limited by heavy rains. Canonical texts indicate that many important discourses were given there, making Jetavana a major hub in doctrinal consolidation. Additionally, the lay population of Shravast, intrigued by the Buddha's presence, gathered there to listen to his teachings and offer alms. Donations of food, clothing, or medicine, which allowed for the Sangha's sustenance, multiplied, encouraged by Anathapindika's example. Thankatagkim. The latter appears in Buddhist tradition as the archetype of the lay benefactor, not coming from a royal lineage, but distinguished by his entrepreneurial spirit, sincere piety, and altruism. His example illustrates the concept of dana, generosity, a central principle in Buddhist teachings. Dana is not limited to alms given to monks or ascetics. It also has an ethical and spiritual dimension. By sharing his prosperity without expecting anything in return, Anathapindika demonstrates virtue, frees himself from attachment to material goods, and actively contributes to the perpetuation of the Dharma, the Buddha's teaching. In a context where elites tend to value prestige, glory, and the maintenance of power, his approach reminds us that selfless service to a spiritual community represents an honorable and respected path. This attitude also promotes wider access to Buddhist teachings, as they are no longer reserved only for kings or Brahmins, but are disseminated among all layers of society. While Bimbisara on one side and Anathapindika on the other actively support the Sangha, Pasenadi multiplies cautious gestures to maintain a form of religious balance in his kingdom. He allows diplomacy to regulate the Buddhist presence in Shravastvaris while maintaining ties with traditional Brahmins. Tensions remain as certain factions of the Kosalan court view with suspicion the semi-official recognition given to the Buddha. But Pasenadi's personality, known for his open-mindedness despite his status as a king, facilitates the integration of the Buddha into the religious and intellectual life of the region. Public discussions take place in the palace gardens or in dedicated halls, where Brahmins, Buddhist monks, and ascetics from other currents, like the Jains, take turns proposing their views on morality and the nature of the world. In this context, Pasenadi's partial conversion can be seen as a significant step towards the acceptance of religious plurality in Kosala. The king publicly affirms his respect for the Buddha and encourages some of his subjects to listen to his teachings, while retaining the ancient rituals that structure the hierarchy of the kingdom. Jetavana thus becomes a platform for cultural exchange, even surpassing the strictly Buddhist framework. Merchants traveling in the region often stop in the city of Shravast and take the opportunity to visit the monastery. Furthermore, Anathapindika's reputation attracts wealthy caravans to visit him, strengthening his commercial contacts. Consequently, the influx of these merchants allows the monks to engage with individuals from distant horizons. They can thereby transmit the Dharma, forge relationships of spiritual brotherhood, or more simply, discover the customs and beliefs of other peoples. Through this cross-fertilization, Jetavana contributes to the spread of Buddhist teachings to other lands, some of which are beyond the Ganges heartlands. The accounts emphasize Anathapindika's commitment, who not only funds the maintenance of the monastery and the monks' subsistence, but also encourages his peers, other wealthy laypeople, to do likewise. The tangible effects of Bimbisara's friendship, Pasenadi's nuanced reception, and Anathapindika's patronage are felt on several levels. First, the Buddhist monastic community can grow in relatively safe conditions, which is not always the case for other, more controversial ascetic sects. Secondly, the Buddha's notoriety grows considerably over the years, both among rulers and the merchant classes. Diplomatic meetings between kings help to spread the idea that it is beneficial to host peaceful monks who bring a stable moral climate. In the midst of the Buddhist community in the middle of the 5th century BCE, a period of tension arose when the teachings of Siddhartha Gautama, who became the Buddha, increasingly attracted the attention of local elites, kings, and thinkers from competing traditions. The early days of the Sangha had already established principles such as non-violence, avoidance of cruel sacrifices, and the personal quest for liberation. However, in India at that time, Vedic rituals remained powerful and heavily supported by some Brahmins, who considered sacrifice the cornerstone of the relationship between humans and deities. Meanwhile, the Jain movement led by Mahavira, also known as Vardhamana, advocated a form of asceticism even more rigorous than that taught by the Buddha, with extreme attention paid to the principle of non-violence towards all living creatures. Such divergences, amid political rivalries and the search for spiritual prestige, led to particularly intense public debates. The Buddhist disciples, for their part, had to withstand doctrinal controversies and provocations from within their own community, notably when the monk Devadatta, a close relative of the Buddha, undertook to challenge his authority and impose his own demands. Brahmins, holders of Vedic knowledge, were often invited to discussions organized in royal capitals like Rajagra, the city of King Bimbisara of Magadha, or Shravast, the political heart of Kosala under King Pasenadi, also named Prasenajit in some sources. During these gatherings, a traditional practice of disputation took place where scholars, religious figures, and ascetics were invited by the kings or their advisors to publicly defend their conceptions of the sacred, morality, and metaphysics. The Brahmins came in numbers to put forward the legitimacy of their rituals, especially fire sacrifices dedicated to Agni, the fiery power considered essential in the relationship with the divine. The argument of the Brahmins was based on a centuries-old tradition recorded in the Vedas, which claimed that sacrifice, including the offering of animals, reinforced the cosmic order and maintained harmony between heaven and earth. According to them, nothing could replace these ceremonies to ensure prosperity and political stability. From the Buddha's point of view, the effectiveness of these sacrifices was not based on a cosmic automatism, but mostly depended on the right intention and the inner morality of the individual. In front of the attentive audience, he explained that a sacrifice without deep understanding could only lead to a waste of resources and avoidable suffering, especially when animal life was endangered. Furthermore, if the purpose of a sacrifice was supposed to free the individual or the community from past faults, it seemed more relevant to cultivate virtue, compassion, and awareness of the transient nature of the world. The Brahmins, for their part, revolted at the idea that their emblematic practice could be challenged by a teacher who did not belong to their caste and who refused the supremacy of Vedic texts. Some of them even accused the Buddha of threatening the moral balance of society and discrediting the lineage of priests who, until then, held a nearly exclusive role in sacred guidance. These public discussions could last several days, even several weeks, each party putting forward its arguments before an assembly composed of princely figures, notables, and simple onlookers attracted by the unique reputation of the enlightened monk. King Pasenadi, after having long protected the Brahmins, ended up being intrigued by the peaceful and methodical nature of the Buddha. He was also struck by the idea that a moral system without bloody sacrifices could bring stability and morality more than a simple fire oblation or animal offering. Although Pasenadi did not immediately reject Vedic practices, he began to admit into his circle Buddhist advisors eager to establish a continuous debate on the value of nonviolence and inner virtue. Thus, the prestige of the Buddha grew, prompting some Brahmins to intensify their criticisms, fearing they would gradually lose their status as essential intermediaries between the human world and the divine world. In parallel with these controversies with the Brahmins, numerous exchanges took place between the Buddha and the followers of Mahavira, the founder of the contemporary Jain tradition. Mahavira also insisted on ahimsa, nonviolence, a precept that prohibited the destruction of any living being, even insects or microorganisms. The Jain monks practiced severe asceticism, including extreme fasting and the abstention from all forms of comfort. They often swept the ground in front of their steps to avoid inadvertently crushing tiny forms of life. The Buddha largely approved of the emphasis on universal compassion, recognizing that killing or needlessly harming a living being had negative consequences on moral consciousness and the cycle of karma. However, the divergence often lay in the matter of measure and the so-called middle path. While Mahavira recommended his ascetics strip themselves of all clothing or wear a minimum, the Buddha believed that extreme asceticism could become an obstacle to spiritual clarity. The Jain disciples, in discussing with the Buddhist monks, noticed common points such as the questioning of Vedic sacrifices, belief in the ethical impact of actions, and the importance of monastic life. However, each tradition had its own vision of salvation. For the Jains, liberation, moksha, was primarily achieved through the most stringent eradication of violence and the complete exhaustion of accumulated karmas. In Buddhism, the practice of meditation and the realization of the emptiness of the self led to the cessation of suffering and ignorance. Encounters between the Buddha and the Jain monks sometimes had a courteous aspect, with exchanges of polite formulas and the intention not to foster discord. Nevertheless, quarrels occasionally broke out when the zealous disciples of each tradition sought to prove the superiority of their respective doctrines before influential patrons. In this climate of growing recognition of the Buddha in royal courts, some members of the Sangha harbored feelings of dissatisfaction or personal ambition. Devadatta, a high-ranking monk and cousin of Siddhartha Gautama, is among the most notorious. Present from the earliest circles of disciples, he had gained a certain renown through meditative feats, but also through a propensity for arrogance, criticized by his peers. When he observed that the Buddha received rich donations from King Bimbisara, such as the bamboo grove at Venuvana and the magnificent Jetavana garden via the lay benefactor Anathapindika, he developed resentment. His interests prevailed when Devadatta sought to impose stricter monastic rules than those decreed by the Buddha to gain prestige and prove his superiority as an ascetic. The linen robe crisis offered Devadatta a pretext to challenge the legitimacy of Buddhist prescriptions. He proposed that all members of the Sangha conform to a much more stringent regulation: prohibition of any woven garment, obligation to wear only rags recovered from fields or cemeteries, prolonged fasts beyond what was recommended, and the obligation to constantly live in the forest without resorting to shelters offered by laypeople. The Buddha refused to impose these uniform demands, considering that excessive austerity did not necessarily lead to greater awareness or better compassion. He maintained the idea that each monk had the right to follow the middle way, which consisted of discipline, but without extremism. Asceticism could vary according to the capabilities and stages of individual practice. Dissatisfied with this response, Devadatta gathered around him a few monks, younger or more sensitive to the aura of intense asceticism, and publicly declared that he now possessed the true line of conduct. He attempted to create a schism by calling disciples to follow him, arguing that the Buddha had compromised himself with kings and great donors by accepting their hospitality and overly comfortable clothing. Even though a handful of monks hesitated, the majority of them scorned Devadatta's offer, remaining faithful to the recognition they felt towards the Buddha, who had truly attained enlightenment. Devadatta, for his part, took advantage of the curiosity of some courtiers in Rajagriha and elsewhere to proclaim his ideal of absolute asceticism. He also attempted to ally with influential figures, possibly rivals of King Bimbisara, to gain a political audience capable of validating him as a standalone master. The rivalry escalated then into a dramatic episode. Devadatta, now convinced that his cousin, the Buddha, was becoming a major obstacle to his spiritual and political ascension, supposedly attempted to orchestrate an assassination by exploiting the violence of an elephant named Nalagiri. According to Buddhist narratives, Devadatta bribed the mahouts to intoxicate the animal and release it on the path where the Buddha was making his alms round. Nalagiri, rendered furious and uncontrollable, galloped through the crowd, causing panic. The disciples accompanying the Buddha shouted to bystanders to step aside, while some fled into the alleyways. When the elephant, eyes filled with rage, approached him, the Buddha remained calm in the middle of the dusty road. From the perspective of some witnesses, this tranquility was inexplicable, yet it was precisely here that the power of his teaching lay. Not yielding to fear or violence, the Buddha created an atmosphere of peace around him. Initially, Nalagiri charged, trumpeting, but as he drew closer, the serene confidence and compassion of the Buddha seemed to reach him. According to traditions, the beast stopped, its trunk swinging as if it suddenly lost all aggression. Some witnesses claimed the animal laid its trunk at the Buddha's feet, a sign of almost miraculous submission. Devadatta, on his part, expected a tragic drama that, in his view, would have shaken the Buddhist community and propelled his own authority. Instead, the failure of the attempt further enhanced the Buddha's reputation and underscored the benevolent nature of his doctrine, which could calm even a startled creature. This scene circulated in oral accounts, helping to increase the Sangha's appeal. At the same time, the assassination attempt revealed the radical nature of Devadatta and the lack of compassion evident in his actions. The idea that a member of the Buddha's family, whose spiritual vocation should have been to renounce evil and embrace peace, attempted to eliminate the enlightened one, was deemed particularly shocking. Devadatta did not admit defeat immediately and persisted for some time in rallying support in the Magadha region. But several kings, informed of his plot, kept their distance. Protectors of the Buddhist community, whether wealthy merchants or influential dignitaries, were now wary of this monk with dubious intentions. The few disciples who had followed Devadatta felt disoriented upon seeing their master use methods deemed contrary to the Dharma. Some quickly returned to the fold of the main community, asking the Buddha for forgiveness and explaining that they had been dazzled by Devadatta's rigorous speeches before realizing the potential violence of such a path. This whole affair highlighted the necessity for the Sangha to find the right balance between cohesion and spiritual freedom. The Buddha refused to be an authoritarian leader, insisting on each individual's autonomy and practice while requiring respect for the basic principles contained in the Vinaya, the monastic code. From his earliest teachings, he urged his disciples to cultivate vigilance and benevolence, reminding them that without these qualities, discipline can veer towards repression or intimidation. In the months following the Nalagiri incident, the Sangha acknowledged the risk of schism and reaffirmed the middle path instituted by the Buddha. This resulted in a strengthened sense of solidarity among most monks and nuns. Beyond the purely internal issue of Devadatta's attitude, these events resonated in the debates between the Buddha and other religious currents. The Brahmins pointed out the internal rivalries within the Sangha, claiming that without the inflexible authority of the Vedic texts, the young Buddhist community was becoming unstable and vulnerable to dissensions. The Jains of Mahavira, on the other hand, expressed intrigue at the Buddha's peaceful composure in front of the enraged elephant, but remained wary of a path that could, in their view, admit forms of compromise with society, such as accepting clothing offered by laypersons or using monasteries built by patrons. They feared that the relative comfort of the Sangha could harm the continuity of ascetic effort.
I enjoyed it, Fred. I had Robin and I listening to it too. So we'll talk later. Bye-bye.
While the central Ganges region was overflowing with philosophical schools, ashrams, and ascetic orders vying for the support of local lords, the lay public was observing with curiosity the rapid progression of Buddhist doctrine. The story of the elephant Nalagiri, with its spectacular aspect, was already being told in villages and on trade routes, reinforcing the image of a master whose compassion managed to tame anger. The successive encounters with high-ranking figures, from learned Brahmins to conquering kings, cemented the growing reputation of the Buddha as a wise individual capable of withstanding the harshest criticism, while never abandoning a peaceful approach and the importance of internal reflection. Other controversies would of course arise over time, notably concerning the integration of new disciplinary rules within the Sangha or coexistence with lay people in densely populated cities. But at this precise stage, the confrontations with the Brahmins regarding Vedic sacrifice, the discussions with the Jains about ahimsa, and the crisis caused by Devadatta already highlighted the major lines of tension in the Indian subcontinent during the 5th century BCE. The ancient Vedic religion maintained its strength. Ascetic movements like Jainism competed in austerity, and Buddhism began to establish its own identity by distinguishing itself both from sacrificial liturgy and extreme ascetic practices. These conflicts and assassination attempts primarily testified to the profound intellectual and spiritual upheaval at work in India at that time. Power rivalries, debates of ideas, and internal trials shaped the trajectory of the Buddha and his disciples. By opposing bloody sacrifices, reaffirming the value of a moderate path accessible to the largest number of people, and remaining true to the ideal of ahimsa carried to its practical fruition, the Buddha and his community found themselves at the crossroads of several millennial traditions. Far from being reduced to simple doctrinal opposition, these controversies also reflected the intersecting plays of political interests, sought-after royal patronage, and personal quests for spiritual renown. With each controversy, whether orchestrated by Brahmins, followers of Mahavira, or a dissident like Devadatta, a new chapter was added to the history of the Buddhist Sangha. The questions about monastic lifestyle, the attitude to adopt in the face of violent trials or traditional rites, spurred the community to reinforce its principles or clarify its practices. Thus, despite the agitation caused by the elephant Nalagiri and the sharp criticisms from rival schools, the doctrine advocated by the Buddha continued to structure and expand, imperceptibly, from city to city. The Sangha gradually moved from the fragile stage of a formative ascetic group to that of an influential spiritual movement, capable of rivaling the officials of the Vedic cult and engaging on equal terms with Jain philosophy. In this ferment, the necessity to clearly define the fundamental rules laid down by the Buddha was felt all the more keenly. Monks fully committed to the middle path, shocked by Devadatta's machinations, made it their mission to recall the precepts centered on moderation. Not to exceed the limits of discipline, not to succumb to extremes for notoriety, and to remain humble by living on alms willingly offered by lay people. The memory of tensions with the Brahmins, always quick to defend the righteousness of their cult, comforted the disciples in their determination that Buddhism's expansion would primarily occur through inner peace and moral exemplarity. As for the Jains, exchanges would persevere, fostering healthy competition where they vied for the monopoly of asceticism and nonviolence, while attempting to convince rulers that their own teaching was the most reasonable, universal, and best able to provide terrestrial and cosmic salvation. Faced with multiple challenges and controversies, the Buddhist community was moving towards a new phase of internal organization, thereby challenging the dominant religious divides. The figure of the Buddha was increasingly revealed as a point of convergence for all those aspiring to a path of personal transformation, freed from the burden of bloody offerings. The Brahmins saw in him a theological rival who was increasingly listened to, the Jains a competitor who offered a less severe asceticism, and Devadatta an obstacle to his own spiritual ambition. All this shaped the contours of an incredibly rich Indian religious world, within which the tension between Vedic conservatism, ascetic reformisms, and the search for a middle path gave rise to a new philosophical and ethical landscape. In the spiritual life of the Buddha, the teaching on anatta, often translated as non-self, holds a paramount place. Around the 5th century BCE, as his renown grew within the kingdoms of Magadha and Kosala, he formulated key discourses to help understand that the idea of a permanent self is an illusion. Two texts considered particularly enlightening, the Kalama Sutta and the Anatta Lakkhana Sutta, explain this revolutionary perspective for the time. The Kalama Sutta, sometimes called the Charter of Free Inquiry, emphasizes the need to examine every claim with critical thinking. In this sermon, the Buddha addresses the inhabitants of Kesaputta, called the Kalamas, to explain that they should not blindly rely on traditions or the authority of a teacher, but rather verify the validity of each proposition themselves. This method encourages individual responsibility and personal reflection. Less focused on critical examination and more on the nature of existence, the Anatta Lakkhana Sutta concentrates on demonstrating that the five aggregates, bodily form, sensations, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness, cannot constitute an eternal self. From this perspective, the Buddha highlights that anyone observing these components will discover their impermanence and vulnerability to change. This awareness promotes detachment and the end of suffering. The teaching of non-self may seem disconcerting for those who, in various regions of the world, hold beliefs in the soul or immutable identity. Yet, according to the Buddha, recognizing that all phenomena, including thoughts, emotions, and the body, are subject to impermanence, liberates from many illusions that are sources of pain. He would often explain this idea through parables to make it more accessible to diverse audiences. The famous parable of the raft illustrates how teaching should be used as a skillful means rather than treated as a definitive truth to which one clings without discernment. The Buddha compares the Dharma to a raft that allows one to cross a dangerous stretch of water. Once reaching the other shore, there is no need to carry this raft on one's shoulder. Intelligence requires using it, then letting it go. This metaphor encourages everyone to avoid blind attachment, even to beneficial teachings. In Buddhist thought, the mind must remain flexible and adapt to circumstances, so that truth is never fixed in unchangeable dogmas. Consequently, the practitioner is invited to examine the deep meaning behind each figure of speech or imagery proposed, rather than getting lost in literal attachment. This flexibility remains an essential asset. Another powerful image, the parable of the poisoned arrows, warns against the human tendency to procrastinate over purely speculative questions. In this story, a wounded man demands to know the identity of the shooter, the material of the arrow, and its exact origin before receiving treatment. The Buddha then points out that while the man questions, the poison continues to spread through his body and threatens his life. Through this story, the Buddha wants to show that many metaphysical questions, although fascinating, do not directly serve to alleviate suffering. On the contrary, they can divert the mind from urgent healing. He does not forbid curiosity, but prioritizes what immediately contributes to the easing of life's pains. This lesson aims to refocus attention on practice and inner experience, rather than endless intellectual debates. Buddhist stories also include a tragic tale, that of Gautama, which illustrates compassion and wisdom by explaining the impermanence of life. Gautama had lost her only child and, devastated, wandered in search of a remedy that could bring her baby back to life. People thought she was mad, but she eventually met the Buddha, who offered her a seemingly puzzling solution. He asked her to bring a mustard seed from a house where no one had ever known death. Gautama hurried to knock on every door, hoping to obtain the precious seed. Alas, in every household, someone had already lost a loved one. This harsh realization led her to understand that death inevitably strikes all families. She then realized that her grief was not an isolated case in an impermanent world. Through this experience, Gautama found the strength to accept the reality of change and to follow the Buddhist path. Beyond the miraculous aspect, the The crux of the message lies in the importance of understanding impermanence and universal suffering in order to develop compassion. This episode, told repeatedly throughout Asia, reminds us that the Buddha did not offer supernatural solutions, but skillful means to lead each person to observe the truth for themselves. In addition to these parables, the tradition recounts episodes that are considered miracles. One of the most famous is said to have occurred in Shravasvarsh, when the Buddha faced Brahmin detractors wishing to test his abilities. In front of a crowd gathered to observe him, he is said to have manifested extraordinary phenomena, multiplying luminous forms of himself and creating manifestations intended to illustrate the possibility of transcending the perceived limits of matter. In Shravast, the city-state governed by King Pasenadi, such wonders had a significant impact on a population still steeped in complex ritual beliefs. According to some accounts, this miracle took place during the full moon, a date favorable to the celebration of religious rites and the convergence of devotees. The witnesses, amazed by the luminous displays, then paid greater attention to the teaching of non-duality. Subsequent chronicles describe in detail how the Buddha is said to have risen into the air, irradiating multiple colored rays and duplicating into various projections. Some sources even claim that he made giant lotuses, and jets of water emerged to show his control over the natural elements. In a cultural context where the demonstration of supernatural powers could consolidate a philosophical teaching, these stories further expanded the Buddha's fame. Despite these reported events, the central message of the Buddha did not encourage the worship of supernatural abilities as an end in themselves. It emphasized instead that the important thing lay in inner transformation and understanding of reality. Miracles, according to tradition, were only transient manifestations, not indisputable proofs. The essential element remained the practice of the path leading to the cessation of suffering, accessible to all. Another often mentioned miraculous event is the walk on the burning Gaia. According to some sources, the Buddha crossed a blazing area, probably during a purification ritual practiced by rival ascetics. The Gaia, a sacred river for many believers, was already a hub of ancient cults. By walking without getting burned, he is said to have demonstrated the emptiness of elements when understood in the light of non-attachment. It should be noted that these stories spread over time in Buddhist literature, and their historical dimension is sometimes subject to question. However, beyond their factual accuracy, they convey a symbolic teaching. Mastery of passions and insightful vision of the Dharma can transcend the most formidable obstacles. Disciples saw in these supernatural interventions living proof of the power of meditative practice. Within the emerging communities of monks and laypersons, these stories served to illustrate the universal scope of the teaching. They showed that behind the apparent solidity of phenomena, there exists a subtler reality, free from any fixation. The testimonies of the multiplication of luminous bodies or the crossing of flames create an imaginative framework intended to inspire faith in the possibility of complete awakening. They were often recounted during public assemblies. In parallel, the Buddha constantly reminded that true liberation did not depend on these spectacular manifestations. For him, only the direct understanding of anatta, the abandonment of the illusory ego, and the practice of the Noble Eightfold Path could lead to the definitive cessation of suffering. The parables, discourses, and miracles formed a pedagogical set whose ultimate goal remained inner realization. Each person had to verify the accuracy of these principles through their own experience in life. The place of women in the Buddhist community, as it was emerging in the 5th century BCE, constitutes an essential milestone for understanding the universal reach of the Buddha's teaching. At the time, Indian society was heavily influenced by the Varna Jati hierarchy, a caste system codifying not only social relations, but also access to religious knowledge. Women did not have the same freedom of movement as men, and were sometimes excluded from the most advanced spiritual studies. In this context, the recognition of their role in the Buddhist movement might seem revolutionary. Today, the story of Mahaprajapati Gautama, both the aunt and adoptive mother of Siddhartha Gautama, strikingly illustrates how this new religious movement was going to open up to female participation. Mahaprajapati was the younger sister of Queen Maya, the biological mother of the Buddha, who died shortly after the child's birth. Having raised Siddhartha, she enjoyed a unique moral authority while remaining attentive to the evolution of his spiritual journey. Numerous scriptural sources recount that, a few years after Siddhartha Gautama's enlightenment, Mahaprajapati approached him to request his permission to fully join the monastic community. She was not alone. Other women from the Shakya court, motivated by the nascent faith in this new teaching, also wished to turn towards the ascetic life. However, the initial structure of the Sangha was exclusively based on monks, bound by strict community life rules. The social and cultural implications of potentially allowing women into this sphere were considerable. The Buddha reportedly expressed some initial caution, particularly concerned about the public perception of his nascent order and fearing that the acceptance of women might shorten its longevity. However, Mahaprajapati persisted, demonstrating her determination to follow the path of the Dharma and her commitment to adhering to the monastic rules the Buddha had established. She thus presented a convincing plea, which would constitute one of the founding moments in the history of women in Buddhism. To formalize this new path for women, the Buddha established a set of 8 special conditions commonly called Garudhamma. Literally, the term Garu means heavy or important, and Dhamma refers to the idea of norm or rule. These 8 precepts imposed additional obligations on future nuns to ensure the proper integration of the female order within the already existing Sangha. One of these conditions stipulated that a bhiksun, even ordained for 100 years, must greet and respect any recently ordained bhiksu. Another required nuns to always train under the supervision of monks to preserve discipline and doctrinal orthodoxy. Today, these provisions are the subject of debate regarding their potentially discriminatory nature, as they conferred a distinct hierarchical status, subordinating the female order to the male order. However, at the time of their implementation, these Garudhamma constituted a compromise, allowing the very foundation of the order of bhiksun to be validated while ensuring the overall cohesion of the monastic group in the eyes of a conservative Indian society. They represented an unprecedented step in view of contemporary religions. Despite the restrictive aspect of some rules, it was an important milestone for the recognition of the female vocation in the spiritual quest and access to enlightenment. After accepting these conditions, Mahaprajapati Gautama officially became the first bhiksunau, inaugurating a female order whose influence would continue to grow. Leading this new group, she embodied perseverance and humility. Her admission also marked the beginning of active engagement by many women from various castes, determined to study the Dharma, practice meditation, and journey towards spiritual awakening. Canonical texts report that Mahaprajapati, due to her familial proximity to the Buddha, also provided counsel to the younger nuns. She ensured that the observance of monastic discipline remained strict, while encouraging each one to cultivate kindness and compassion. The recognition of her maternal role thus extended to the nascent order, where she was considered a model of diligence and wisdom. The Buddha, now convinced of the sincerity of these practitioners and the necessity of opening the way, nevertheless emphasized the importance of maintaining a clear hierarchy, the only possible condition to spare his order from external critiques and avoid any doctrinal confusion. Thus, the creation of the order of the Bhiksun took place within a delineated framework, but this decision opened new perspectives for the evolution of Indian religious thought. Among the women who joined this community, one of the most notable figures was Khema, sometimes called Khema. According to several traditional accounts, she was renowned for her great beauty even before entering Buddhism. It is said that she practiced talents as a modiste or an ornamentalist, designing jewelry and ornaments prized at the court. However, her encounter with the Buddha led her to rethink her priorities. Fascinated by the teachings on impermanence and detachment, she abandoned the luxurious lifestyle she was accustomed to in order to embrace the monastic path. Sources depict Khema as a quick-witted person who quickly assimilated the fundamental principles of the Dharma. The instructions on the contemplation of non-substantiality pushed her to understand the non-existence of any permanent essence in what is usually considered as a self. Touched by this realization, she devoted herself to the study of the sutras and meditative practice with the greatest diligence. According to tradition, Khema reached a high degree of spiritual realization, arriving at the stage of arahant, that is to say, the state of saint released from the cycle of rebirths. This achievement surpassed any expectation related to gender, proving that a woman was perfectly capable of delving into Buddhist teaching, just like a monk. By asserting that mental qualities and sincerity took precedence over any other consideration, Khema became a living symbol of the universality of the Buddha's message. Khema's story unfolds in a context where female beauty was often valued, but also a source of covetousness and illusions. The Buddha, aware of the power of physical attraction, sometimes used this example to teach the emptiness of appearances. Before Khema and several disciples, he spoke of the need to move beyond the cult of the body image, reminding that it was subject to decay, illness, and death. Khema, whose aesthetic knowledge was vast, found a particular resonance in this message. She understood the necessity of redirecting her energy toward more enduring spiritual goals. This teaching reinforced her determination and cemented her reputation among the Bhiksun as an exemplary and learned nun.
Girl, you were kicking it. I enjoyed it, Fred. I have Robin and I'm listening to it too. So we'll talk later. Bye-bye.
Another significant dimension of Khema's experience lies in her ongoing dialogue with other members of the Sangha. She participated in doctrinal exchanges that highlighted the fundamental equality of beings before the law of karma and the possibility for all to break the bonds of ignorance. The texts attribute to Khema several discourses or interventions enumerating the virtues of vigilance and inner discipline. Her example proved that access to the highest spiritual realization, arahata, was not reserved for a male elite, nor a particular social status. In fact, the recognition of her accomplishment served as inspiration for many women who, over the generations, would discover the call of the Dharma and find their place in the monastic order. Beyond Khema's individual path, historical accounts reveal that the order of Bhiksunae experienced considerable growth in various regions of the Indian subcontinent. Women's monastic centers emerged, where the recitation of sutras, strict ethics, and meditation were taught. Some nuns even became recognized instructors, being invited to provide advice to laypeople and participate in the expansion of nascent Buddhism. This presence offered a more balanced view of practice. The last phase of Siddhartha Gautama's life, revered as the Buddha, is an essential moment to understand the conclusion of his spiritual work. Around 486 BCE, when he was over 80, he decided to head towards the city of Kusinagara. This city, sometimes spelled Kusinara, was then a modest place in the Maya region, in what is now northern India. Although sick and weakened, the Buddha wished to continue his teaching and respond to the requests of his disciples, remaining true to the idea of impermanence that had guided him throughout his life. Traditional sources describe his travels as part of a final tour, during which he dispensed advice to those who listened to him. At that time, communications were complex, and the paths he took led him from one town to another, offering each the opportunity to hear the master's final advice. According to tradition, the Buddha suffered from severe stomach pains and other afflictions related to his old age, but he nevertheless continued to walk with a few devoted disciples, including Ananda, his closest assistant. Ananda, an exemplary figure of devotion and service, constantly concerned himself with the Buddha's health, trying to provide him with shelter or respite as much as possible. Nevertheless, the master insisted on not interrupting his journey to Kusinagara, asserting that his intention was to ensure the Dharma, the teaching, was propagated without respite. Along the way, some sources mention a stop where he received a dish containing sugarcane, given by a person often described as a relative or a benefactor, nicknamed Pig Sal. The origin of this name remains subject to various interpretations, with some seeing it as a reference to a particular dish, while others associate it with the man who served it. The mention of sugarcane in Buddhist accounts illustrates the simplicity of Siddhartha's diet approaching his death. As he advocated the middle way, he had long since abandoned extremes, whether of rigorous asceticism or the relentless pursuit of pleasures. Some, however, believe that in this specific context, the food consumed could have worsened his condition, making him even weaker. Despite this, the Buddha considered each circumstance an opportunity for teaching. To the disciples around him and the villagers encountered, he reminded them that all life was subject to birth, aging, illness, and death. This awareness, seemingly simple, was part of the foundations of Buddhist reflection. By seeing their master continue his slow journey, Ananda and the others understood that the ultimate lesson directly concerned the ephemeral nature of existence, a central pillar of the Dharma. Once arrived in Kusinagara, the Buddha showed evident signs of exhaustion. Buddhist tradition recounts that he asked Ananda and the present monks to arrange a bedding between two shal trees, which majestically stood above him. The choice of these trees, in full bloom despite the season, holds a significant symbolic meaning. It underscores the possibility of coherence between the world's beauty and the inevitable disappearance that accompanies it. As he lay on his right side, adopting the lion's posture, he reminded everyone of the essential principles of the Dharma. He gave his last instructions, inviting all who heard his message to rely first on their own lucidity, as well as the accuracy of the teachings. It is in this context that the famous recommendation, "Be your own lamps. The Dharma your refuge," was pronounced, emphasizing that true understanding must result from direct experience rather than mere belief. This moment is often described as the Buddha's ultimate message before his parinirvana, a Sanskrit term that refers to complete extinction beyond physical death. Parinirvana designates the state where, liberated from the cycle of rebirths conditioned by karma, the being no longer has to return to samsara, the flow of successive existences. Texts report that Ananda, aware of the imminent disappearance of his master, was seized with deep sadness. Other monks, gathered around the Buddha, stood silent, comprehending the historical significance of this moment. Some emerged with last-minute questions, fearing they'd no longer be able to directly question the one they called the Blessed One or the Fortunate. Despite the intensity of this atmosphere, the Buddha maintained perfect calm, honoring the deep understanding of impermanence and offering a final opportunity to meditate on the finitude of all things. Thus, shortly before passing away, he would have reiterated that personal effort and direct application of the teaching were the fundamental guides for everyone. There would be no master to follow after his passing, except the practice of meditation, attention to the precepts, understanding of emptiness, and daily conduct in accordance with Buddhist ethics. To illustrate this advice, he liked to remind that no one could gain liberation in place of someone else, and that only inner work could lead to awakening. The monks, overwhelmed with emotion, realized the responsibility that lay upon them, the preservation and accurate transmission of the Dharma. During this final exchange, some disciples reportedly perceived a special radiance around the Buddha, as if his entire being was preparing to break away from all forms of conditioned existence. This solemn atmosphere permeated the assembly, which still measures the significance of this foundational moment today. When the Buddha took his last breath, it is said that he entered different stages of meditation, as if traversing one last time the steps he had taught, before completely dissolving the aggregates of existence. Traditional accounts then describe a great silence, accompanied by extraordinary phenomena, such as an earthquake or a shower of flowers, according to some versions. The few monks who dared break this silence did so to ask Ananda how to properly honor the master's body. According to the custom of the time, the deceased had to be cremated, and some sacred remains preserved, so that the faithful could draw remembrance and inspiration from them. The disciples then prepared the funeral pyre, decorated with garlands, fragrant offerings, and precious fabrics to honor the accomplished being they had followed, some for many years. The Buddha's body was placed on this pyre with the greatest reverence before lighting the ritual fire. Once the cremation was completed, the relics were collected, meaning the fragments of bones that survived the flames, as well as ashes deemed particularly precious. Sources mention that different parts of these relics were claimed by representatives of multiple kingdoms or clans, each wishing to erect a place of veneration to perpetuate the Buddha's memory. Disputes nearly broke out, as the symbolic stake was immense. Possessing a relic carried considerable prestige and allowed for the establishment of a pilgrimage center. Finally, thanks to the intervention of a Brahmin named Drona, an agreement was reached to divide these sacred remains equitably. 8 parts were thus distributed, corresponding to the final division mentioned in many texts. Each beneficiary committed to constructing a stupa, a term denoting a hemispherical funerary monument, to house the portion received. Thus, the presence of the Buddha remained symbolically alive in various places, marked by his last bodily sacrifice. In the days that followed, local communities began the construction of stupas, gathering artisans, carpenters, and stonecutters to shape these sacred symbols. Some sites became pilgrimage destinations, attracting devotees eager to bow before a relic of the awakened one. Historians estimate that this practice strengthened solidarity among different Buddhist groups, while recalling the universal dimension of the teaching. Through this physical fragmentation of the Buddha's body into various sanctuaries, the unity of his spiritual legacy seemed to transcend regional boundaries. Thus, the event of the parinirvana, although it marked the end of the Master's corporeal presence, also signaled the blossoming of his memory across the multitude, bequeathing an imperishable teaching. When the Buddha, nicknamed the Blessed One, left this world in Kusinagara around 486 BC, his disciples immediately faced a crucial issue: how to safely preserve the entirety of his oral teachings and ensure the proper conduct of the monastic community. At that time, the Buddhist faith had already spread to several regions of northern India, attracting a large number of practitioners, ascetics, and lay sympathizers. The Buddha had often emphasized the need to maintain the unity and purity of the doctrine, but his death left a void. Without a central figure, each group could potentially interpret his words differently, leading to significant divergences. To solve this problem, a council was convened at Rajagra, sometimes called Rajgir in later sources, the capital of the Magadha kingdom. According to tradition, this gathering took place about 3 months after the master's demise. It was held in a cave called Saptaparni, or the Seven Leaves Cave, a location symbolically chosen for its tranquility and its capacity to accommodate several hundred people. King Ajatashatru, who then ruled Magadha, offered his patronage to ensure the safety of the participants, show his support, and confer an official character to the meeting. The main figure of this event was Mahakashyapa, a respected disciple who enjoyed great spiritual authority within the community. Considered an exemplary ascetic, Mahakashyapa was esteemed by many monks for his austere lifestyle and clear-sightedness. He was chosen to preside over the sessions, coordinate interventions, and maintain order during debates. His role also consisted of ensuring that no one distorted the Buddha's teachings, either by omission, exaggeration, or personal interpretation. Testimonies indicate that he primarily sought cohesion and refused any sectarian drift. Alongside him were 500 monks termed arahants, meaning they had reached an advanced degree of spiritual realization and were freed from the grip of desires that sustain suffering. They came from various regions where the Buddha's discourse had spread over the years. By their presence, these monks formed a select group of participants deemed fit to recite and validate the authenticity of the teachings. In the Buddhist tradition, the number 500 may also have symbolic value, signaling the unanimous desire to gather all major representatives of the new movement and clarify the doctrine for future generations. The first task of this council was to gather and fix the Vinaya, that is, the corpus of monastic rules laid down by the Buddha. Over the previous decades, the master had adapted his precepts according to varying circumstances, adding prohibitions or permissions depending on the situation. To ensure the coherence of this disciplinary code, a monk named Upali, recognized for his precise knowledge of the prescriptions, was called upon to recite all these rules. Upali, who came from a modest family, had gained the community's esteem through his reliability and remarkable memory. In front of the assembly, Upali recited each rule as he had received it from the mouth of the Buddha, sometimes adding the context of its establishment and the type of offense incurred in case of transgression. This public recitation, punctuated by collective approvals, became the official reference for all monks and nuns. The monastic code, thus orally recorded, stipulated principles relating to food, lodging, relationships between monks and lay people, acceptance of gifts, and social behavior. It also outlined the modalities of confession and rehabilitation when an infraction was committed in order to preserve the harmony of the Sangha. Once the Vinaya was established, the second major undertaking was to codify the Dharma, that is to say, the body of sermons delivered by the Buddha and considered as his doctrinal teaching. The responsibility for this part fell to the Venerable Ananda, cousin and principal attendant of the master. Ananda was renowned for his prodigious memory, having accompanied the Blessed One for many years, attending countless interviews and discourses. His memorization skills were a decisive asset for faithfully restoring the content of the discourses, their context, their interlocutors, and the profound intent of the Buddha on each occasion. According to tradition, Ananda recited before the assembly the principal sermons, later known as suttas or sutras, without omitting a word. Mahakashyapa ensured that no exaggeration or distortion arose. The other monks present could confirm or refute the version recited based on their own memories. The exchanges helped harmonize the variants and resulted in a stable corpus, sometimes organized in collections. This oral structuring served as the foundation for the future transmission of Buddhism, initially maintained by monastic memory, before being consigned to writing several centuries later. As these debates unfolded, slight disagreements began to emerge, mainly concerning some details of the monastic code. From the beginning, the Buddha had shown a certain flexibility regarding minor practices, sometimes leaving the monks the freedom to adapt the rules according to contexts. After his passing, the interpretation of these minor rules became a source of intense discussion. The most traditionalist ones, faithful to intransigent austerity, believed that no rule, even secondary, should be modified or relaxed. Others, more inclined towards flexibility, considered it necessary to adapt. During the council, the divergences mostly remained in the background, as the immediate goal was to establish a common foundation for the Vinaya and the Dharma. Mahakashyapa wished to maintain the unity of the Sangha and prevent a split from occurring too soon, even as the memory of the Buddha remained fresh in people's minds. However, tensions were beginning to surface. Some monks, from regions where the climate, economy, and customs differed, defended the idea that certain clauses could be adjusted according to local realities, provided that the spirit of the rule remained intact. Even though the council ended with an overall agreement, these discussions planted the seeds for future divisions. Later texts relate that, a few years or decades later, two main directions clearly appeared. On one side, the Stavira, a Sanskrit word meaning elders, grouped the monks advocating for strict observance of the Vinaya and a conservative interpretation of the doctrine. On the other side, the Mahasamgika, literally the great community, were more inclined to introduce adaptations, either to facilitate monastic life in diverse contexts or to make the message more accessible to a varied audience. Thus, shortly after the First Council, the beginnings of a plurality of Buddhist schools can be seen. The Stavira often emphasized the importance of discipline and the need to preserve every detail transmitted by the Buddha. The Mahasamgika, for their part, insisted on openness and were more interested in broader philosophical reflections, sometimes in connection with the nature of the Buddha or the deep interpretation of emptiness. This evolution occurred gradually, without necessarily resulting in an immediate schism, but it was clear that the foundations for such divergences existed from this first gathering. In this sense, the Council of Rajagriha was a pivotal historical moment for the nascent Buddhist community. It confirmed that it was not enough to share a common admiration for the person of the Buddha and his enlightenment, but that it was also necessary to define the precise modalities to perpetuate his teaching. The collective recitation led by Upali and Ananda was the cornerstone of this effort. While Upali ensured the rigor of the Vinaya, Ananda guaranteed the accuracy of doctrinal discourses. Mahakashyapa imposed the framework of respect and vigilance necessary to maintain cohesion, an essential factor for the survival of a still fragile tradition. Sources indicate that during these sessions, King Ajatashatru himself, curious and eager to protect this heritage, visited the monks to inquire about the progress of their work. Subsequently, the recognition of the monastic code and the sermons, validated by the Council of Rajagra, extended to all communities dispersed in Magadha and neighboring kingdoms. Theoretical divergences, initially modest, crystallized through local realities and philosophical confrontations with other ascetics. The 500 arahants who attended this council, strong in their commitment, continued the effort of preservation by traveling to different regions to teach this corpus. Subsequently, some minor divergences regarding details of the Vinaya emerged, showing that certain groups already wished to relax or modify specific rules. This still discrete gap, however, paved the way for the formation of the Sthavira and the Mahasamgika, announcing the later emergence of distinct Buddhist schools beyond the council. The legacy and initial diffusion of Buddhism between the 5th and 3rd centuries BCE represent a crucial period in the history of this spiritual tradition. After the passing of Siddhartha Gautama, the communities of bhikkhus and bhikkhuns, in other words, monks and nuns, preserved his teachings. The direct disciples of the Buddha, grouped in a structured sangha, transmitted the fundamental precepts through oral recitations. The collective memory gradually consolidated. During this phase of sowing the Dharma, the first missionary initiatives emerged, driven by the desire to bring the word of the Enlightened One to distant regions. Groups of practitioners left the main centers of Magadha to spread the doctrine beyond the borders of the Ganges heartland. In this context, Gandhara became a crossroads between beliefs from northern India and the cultures of Central Asia. Located in the area corresponding to northwest Pakistan and eastern Afghanistan, the region was on trade routes linking Persia, Bactria, and the Indian subcontinent. Early Buddhist missionaries founded monasteries there and began a religious dialogue with local populations. Later, these pioneering settlements inspired the emergence of a unique art, described as Greco-Buddhist. At this stage, the monks primarily focused on establishing hermitages and viharas, where meditative practice and the transmission of the Vinaya remained essential. Not far from there, the city of Shravast, frequented by the Buddha during his lifetime, became another center of expansion thanks to itinerant disciples. Located in the region of Kosala, it distinguished itself as a major teaching site where the Sangha took root. The local elite frequently invited Buddhist preachers to present the Dharma, sparking notable enthusiasm in various social circles. Merchants and notables supported the construction of monastic residences, offering suitable conditions for study and meditation. These brick and wood buildings contributed to better structuring the community, which could thus deepen the common rules and strengthen its cohesion. Tradition reports that certain emissaries traveled to Sri Lanka, an island then known as Taprobane in Greek sources. According to Sinhalese chronicles, the monk Mahinda, identified as a close associate of Emperor Ashoka, introduced the doctrine there in the 3rd century BCE. However, earlier contacts, facilitated by the maritime routes of the Indian Ocean, seem likely. Merchants and navigators may have played a role in this initial expansion of the Dharma. Over time, the recitation of the suttas in Pali established itself among the local communities, while places of worship began to emerge. These foundations laid the groundwork for a unique tradition, combining Indian liturgy and the cultural particularities of the island. Thanks to these missions, monastic centers multiplied, particularly in strategic areas near trade routes. The viharas, dedicated to the training and communal life of monks, became centers where the first canonical texts, were recorded in Prakrit or Pali. It was there that organized recensions of the Tripitaka gradually took shape, encompassing the Vinaya, the Suttas or Sutras, and the higher analysis of the Abhidharma. Masters paid great attention to the accuracy of the formulas, considering the preservation of the message as a sacred duty. These places also transformed into spaces for debate, where the doctrine was deeply studied while discussing impermanence, suffering, and the illusion of self. At the same time, the first Buddhist reliquaries, or stupas, intended to house fragments related to the Buddha or his disciples, began to appear. These hemispherical monuments are sometimes erected near monasteries, symbolizing the sacred value of the site. A standardized model quickly emerged, a circular base topped by a dome crowned with a small parasol. Some of them feature narratives depicting enlightenment, miracles, and significant episodes from the life of Siddhartha Gautama. This imagery becomes an object of veneration for devotees, who perform circumambulations as a sign of devotion. The stupas also serve as a visual and spiritual center for the community, reinforcing the idea that a holy site can help maintain the unity of the Sangha in its daily practice. Pali, a dialect derived from the Prakrit family, spreads further as monastic schools seek a common linguistic vehicle. Meanwhile, other regions preserve their dialects, sometimes inspired by Vedic Sanskrit. This diversity reflects the cultural mosaic of the era. Buddhist texts, initially transmitted orally, begin to be written on palm leaves or copper plates to preserve their accuracy. Royal or merchant patrons support these initiatives, aware of the growing influence of the doctrine. Under their impetus, several monasteries host scribes tasked with copying the teachings. Furthermore, the schools engage in extensive reflections on discipline, meditation, and ethics. Intellectual exchanges sometimes extend beyond the strictly Buddhist circle, touching on broader Asian philosophy and spirituality. Gradually, Buddhism influences the thought of several kingdoms. The notions of non-violence, impermanence, and conditional causality arouse the interest of intellectuals from different philosophical schools. In some city-states, Brahmins rival with Buddhist monks to steer society. However, the Buddha's message, less dependent on Vedic sacrifices, increasingly appeals to merchant and artisan elites seeking universal ethical principles. Compassion and individual responsibility in the cycle of rebirths attract particular attention from a diverse audience. Many laypeople then support the construction of monasteries, participate in offerings, and attend teachings. This favorable context contributes to the vitality of the Sangha, attracting new followers and consolidating its territorial network. At the end of the 4th century BCE, the Nanda dynasty, established in Magadha, gave way to the Maurya dynasty. Chandragupta Maurya, the founder of this lineage, established an empire encompassing a vast portion of the subcontinent. Under the reign of his grandson, Emperor Ashoka, in 268 BCE, Buddhism received unprecedented imperial support. The edicts engraved on rocks and pillars, written in Prakrit, encouraged the practice of compassion and tolerance. The idea of non-violence, dear to the Buddha, became a key element of Ashoka's policy, who renounced bloody conquests to promote a conquest by Dharma. Official missions were dispatched throughout the empire, strengthening networks of monasteries and facilitating the circulation of Buddhist masters and texts to more remote territories. At the same time, doctrinal divergences within the Sangha became clearer. Some factions insisted on strict observance of the Vinaya, while others were more flexible. Such tensions, initiated after the First Council of Rajagriha, ultimately led to the split between the Sthaviravada and Mahasanghika schools. These divisions concerned the nature of the Buddha, the scope of enlightenment, and the exact status of minor rules. Gradually, other currents would emerge, paving the way for the Mahayana tradition, which would place greater emphasis on compassion and the figure of the Bodhisattva. Ashoka's imperial intervention often sought to appease these conflicts, but doctrinal discussions persisted, stimulating an intellectual fervor that characterized the emerging diversity of Buddhism.